Hello. Hello, it's me. It's me, Eggman and Risu. No, Risu's going to be our judge for the first little bit. He's helping us out. We've got another judge coming in later today, so this is going to be me. You guys are stuck with me, but just for the first couple rounds, you guys are going to have to stick it out. But if you do, you guys will be rewarded with Risu probably round 3 and up. But we've got our OP13 first triple win a box event. I know that the set is technically not out, but it's the end of OP12 right now. If you guys are going to be in San Diego, let me know. I'll be there as well for our farewell regionals for the OP12 format, and it's just going to change the card game like 110%. There's like a couple decks like Zoro, a little bit of Bonnie, like Blue Purple Luffy, kind of surviving from OP12, and then everything else is like Ace and Emu. Like I already looked it up. We have 17 Ace, 17 Emu, so over 50% of the meta are those two decks, and then I think Zoro brings it up before, above 75% as well. Zoro actually might be. Let's see, Zoro, we've got 10 people on, so that's essentially 25 or 75% just between three leaders, which is something. I know this is pretty diversive. A lot of people I know like the kind of comparison point is that like there are a lot of decks that are viable within OP12. I know like half of them were Purple Luffy deck, but like it is going to be a huge difference between all of that. What the format's going to look like. So let me set up the round timer. We'll start at 5:30. And then 6:05 for the first one there. Schedule timer. And then let me get to the link. It's placings. I'm looking at pairings. You did. You did not. All right. Let me see. 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 All right. One Piece. We're live. Do not play until the announcement at 5:30. All right, those are live. All right, all right. All right, all right. Sorry. Just making sure everyone's got their stuff right. You know what I want to see? We have 4 people. Sorry, 3 people on Sabo, and one of them's Jake. I don't like Jake. Don't tell Jake I said this. All right. Don't tell him that I'm not a fan of Mr. Atrocious over there. I know he plays in my events. I know he supports me, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced if he's the Sabo player we want. Also, we've got Creeper Justice. Thank you for the resub. We've got Pumpkin with the resub, and also Team Scrub out for 47 months. Thank you guys very much. I'm sorry. I know I'm only like half paying attention, but I do want to just make sure that this gets started on time. All right. So where is our guy that we wanted? All right, cool. We will be at table. Maybe not this one. Maybe not this one. Let's see what I don't want to be. I just want to see like the webcam setup. The webcam setup's almost always. We can do this one. I'll just wait for them to finish setting up. How do we sign up for these tournaments? I announce them on my website, on this YouTube channel, on my Twitter, on my Discord, and then if you sign up for them, it will let you into the event. So you do just have to look out for that. So we normally they sell it out within the first hour or so, and then we have late registration that goes up 30 minutes before the event starts. So we have those opportunities for you guys. So again, it's on my website. I make announcements in the community tab here on YouTube, my Discord, and my Twitter. Those are generally the locations for it. And again, this event sold out in like under an hour, probably closer to 30 minutes. So let me get the game that we want set up. You know, I jokingly, you know, we have these assets, right? And I pre-set up some assets, and I'm just like, you know, I'm gonna just pretend both players are ace players and set them all up like that. And we have an ace player randomly on the person that we're gonna be watching on for one of these, so we do have that. All right, we got Sami, we have Nashio, G. All right, and I think we are good to go. Yep, let's go over there. Pew. And let me get the timer set up as well. We are already in regulation time. We got 34 minutes, and there we go. So we should have Sami on the left here with the new red and black Sabo, and then we've got on the right, we've got Ignacio with the new ace leader. So I can bring those up for you guys as well. You guys want to see what those leaders look like and how they do? Let me see. Let me get that set up. So we're in OP13. Yeah, okay, we've got, yeah, Sabo on the left here. And then on the right, we've got Ace. So two of the three brothers. And one is just slightly better than the other, I would say, and more represented. It is the ace leader. Pretty unique, obviously. 6K leader with 3 life. Maybe that part's not unique, but the rest of him, right? Having a ability to like discard a card, get the -2. The fact that you get like double draws, like this is kind of a 6 life leader if you set it up correctly for that too, and just very very strong in those places. So. And then we're putting down 5. So we've got our 6K ace leader, and then on the left side we've got the Sabo here. Do we not have the? All right. I mean, one second. Let me make sure. Give me 1 second. All right. Will I be doing Riftbound events in the future? Yeah, I should be doing one in the future. Um, so I'll announce that on the same avenues as this too. He doesn't have the actual leader, and we do have proxies, but I do have an expectation that people do have proxies for it. So we're just gonna let him use the image of this. I know it's silly, I know it's pedantic, but it's important to have like the text of the card readily available for either player who needs it. So I want to make sure that's accessible for people there. So that's what we're doing here. If it's literally any card in the main deck, I would not let this happen. But um, yeah, it's just based on how proxies are. So I thought they were just taking forever to flip it over. So whatever. So, anyways, the new Sabo leader, 5 life, it does have the ability to also become a 6 life leader as well. Like pretty much almost every deck in this game right now can become a 6K leader. At least the good ones, right? All the ones from OP13. We've got Sabo here. We've got Ace, who's originally we got Roger, who can become a 7K, if not 9K, very easily. We've got Luffy, who can be for one Dawn a 2K, become like higher than average power. Like it's crazy the amount of like leader power changes that can happen in this game already. So but yeah, right now Sabo is a 4K base leader, just because you are at more than 3 life. If you get lower than that, and that's on both players turns as well, but we just have all the consistency in the world here. So we've got our koalas, we've got our not baby 5, what's her name, Betty. We've got the HQ, which lets you discard a card to look top 3 for a Revolution Army card, which is the majority of our deck. Just a lot of consistency pieces between pretty much all like the cards we've had printed for Revolution Army over the last couple of sets or so. So essentially, we just did a lot of just filling up our trash, right? And we were able to get some koalas out, and the Betty, and which some decks you could maybe convert these 2Ks into 5Ks, but when you have a 6K leader, it's a little bit tougher. And then again, we are a 4K base, so even if we attached one Dawn, we would not be able to pressure the Ace leader here. So we are playing out the 4-drop Marco, one of the best cards I think printed for blue in the last little bit. The fact that it's just a generic 4-drop 6K, great blocker, great on KO draw 2 with leader ability from Ace as long as you have a Dawn active. It's a draw 3, which is absurd. Like draw 3 is like unheard of in this game. So being able to have like a simple interaction like that, let you draw 3 cards by just blocking an attack, something that you were wanting to do anyways, just gets you so much advantage. It's part of the reason why I think Ace is just so crazy right here. So we're going to use our our stage effect here. We're going to get rid of the Revolution Army Sabo from OP5, or actually I think it's 4, the draw 2 trash one, the black one. And we're going to look through here. Look top 3. Looks like we're going to find another copy of the Betty here. Again, we're at 4 life right now, so our leader is a base 4K. If we go down to 3 life, we will be able to be a 5K base leader, and then obviously get the additional bonus here. But we are going to play out the hack here, so this is actually going to be pretty important. It's going to become an 8 cost. We're going to put a Dawn on our leader, so this is going to be a 6K, a 1K with its own effect, and then one with the Dawn. So it's going to be 6 to 6 right here. So there's the hack being able to make itself an 8 cost just by existing, super strong. Definitely one of the reasons why I think Sabo can exist is because we do have these ways to increase the cost of our cards to be able to get our additional effects from those. So very strong there, and the fact that it's kind of like a blocker, like the Lucky Roo. That's the wrong Revolution Army card. Like the Lucky Roo from for Shanks from OP09, also really, really strong. There it is. So the twist is that if you get rid of the hack, you also don't become a 8K, and also you can use that to return any of these 1-drops back to the hand, but you can't get rid of the hack because it is an 8 cost. So I'm unsure if that was known. You don't have to return anything with this Jozu. I don't think. I have to read it. I don't. You could choose to not give them back something. Yeah, it might have just been a bit of a misunderstanding with how the hack effect works. But that's okay, yeah, because Jozu, yeah, up to 1. All right. And yeah, we block with the hack, and then that lets us get rid of the Marco, and then they give them draw 2, and yeah, just casually like 8 cards in hand, something crazy like that. Is really really standard for Ace right now, just to get these really big hands. And then again, the fact that you can convert any card in your hand into a 2K essentially, just by using your leader effect, is also great. And you don't even need a Dawn attached to it, right? Like the Dawn attached is just for like the draw 1 or 2 effect. So very strong there. All right, using the Navy HQ once again, finding the 8-drop Monkey D Dragon. Very strong card, being able to help us get to, essentially it's like a locked version of Moria. We've got another Betty here. We're just like, I think we've gone through almost in our entire deck, if not the entirety of it. Like that's a lot of cycle there. We do get the new Sabo, so this is, I think, kind of the reason you play this deck. Like I find a hard time believing that this deck can exist without it. Let's see. Because it is just so much value you get from this being able to attach a Dawn every turn, being that the 8 cost by itself. It becomes kind of like a 7K blocker technically, because you are, it becomes an 8 cost and then you attach a Dawn. And so this is going to be a 7K attack to a 6K leader. Obviously, they can just use leader effect to discard anything. But Saba being able to get the minus 2K across the entire board is great. All right, we get rid of an I Am Newgate, which means there's another in hand. We're going to be playing that next turn. And we will be at 8 Dawn here. I Am Newgate into the 10-drop will be just insane value. We will be able to attack 7K with leader if we do so. And yeah, just making sure you have 8 I Am Newgate. An older card, but really good in this version of Ace here. We do have the new 10-drop there. So it does let us attach 2 Dawn onto 2 places. Also, it's a draw 2 trash 1. I always forget about that ability. That effect is so good. I'm always just like attach the Dawn, make a 10-drop blocker, right? Like that's the important 2 of the 3. But Cycle is always really, really good. You just like, it's so superfluous for Ace, right? We get so much card draw anyways. Like the draw, like you would have been playing this card without that, right? It's the other 2 things that really add up to it. But we do have an 8K attack from Ace here, and then we do also have a 9K on the other side with this Jozu. So currently our Sabo leader is currently a 6K because we do have a Dawn attached, and we do have something with 8 cost or more. So we will be able to block with Sabo and 1K out. And then we've got a 9K coming out. And we will be taking that. So it's a 9 to 7, and we do take that. So, all right. And that 1 damage must have really took him out of sleep mode. Yeah, I'll let him know he might need to change his pin code after this. But we're down to 2 life apiece, which I mean, Ace isn't too crazy. We started at 3. Sabo started at 5, but we were a 4K leader for 2 of those, so not too big of a thing. But we do have our kind of anti-meta card right now. It is the Stussy. So a lot of decks are playing this, including I think like Emu, which we're going to see an Emu deck later today. I'd be surprised if we didn't. But Stussy, being able to use that effect to just KO anything, fantastic. We do get to, since it is a KO, it doesn't send to places. You do get the draw there, but obviously Emu's been using this to get rid of Newgate, and Sabo can do so also, especially since we've been playing so many of these 1 cost to be able to get that effect. So we get rid of a Monkey D Dragon from our hand, look top 3 for a Revolution Army card. We also can still use the Activate main from our Sabo, so it's an 8 cost right now, and we do have a Dawn in our leader, so we still have this 7K power offensively, and that's going to be, being able to get rid of that Newgate on curve like that is really, really strong. And I think that puts that, into a good spot for Sami here. All right. We've got again 7K into 6K. It's really unfortunate here because those are the numbers. Because like you can just be like, cool, I discard one card. Also, you let me draw a card for getting rid of my new gate. So, I mean, obviously losing the new gate's kind of bad, but you know, we are not putting that much pressure. No, we do have a. This is going to be 7K to 6K once again. I'd kind of want to get out of this. Whenever I play this, I'm like, I want to use my leader effect once per turn. And so I only want them to be able to have an effect to either deal damage to me or KO one of my characters once. So there's that. And yeah, since they took the extra draw from the new gate earlier, they do not. Okay, that's just for turn. Sorry, just making sure. Yeah, that was their draw for turn. Yeah, you don't get to, Ace's effect is only once per turn. So if your character gets KO'd with 6K power or more, you get the draw, or you lose a life. But if both happens, it's only one for the turn. Just to clarify, I don't think anyone is really confused about that. But sometimes it's going to be confusing if you've used the effect or not. So. We are at the full 10 Dawn. We are going to play the EZO for 1. Looking at the top, I believe it's 5, right? Yeah, 5 for... I couldn't remember if it was 5 or 4, but yeah, 5 for a Whitebeard Pirates card. Looks like we've got a 10-drop new gate here. I believe it's the... if I remember correctly, people call it the tax beard. I believe it's the correct colloquial term for it. Unfortunately, it does cost 10, and we have 9 right now, so we do need another copy of I Am Whitebeard. And it's so tricky, right? Like, it's almost always like, I'm like, oh, I only need to resolve this card once per turn. I'm probably fine. So many situations where I'm like, I kind of needed to use 2 of them in the game. And even though, like, it's technically like a hand size -1, we get so much draw. It's almost always just kind of worth it. And, I'd much rather have a 10 drop on the board right now compared to not, even if it means like 1 extra card out of hand. So yeah, we've got 8 cards in hand for our Sabo player right now. We do have the pudding. Ooh, that is pretty nasty. Pretty nasty. There are just so many decks that have, like, I'd see like this is like a large hand size kind of meta. Like, you'll play against Emu as well, and they tend to have an above average hand size if you pressure them correctly. Some Emu players will play around it, right? And they'll, I would say better Emu players do that. And I will say that I am not one of those. But, it does make it so, pudding's been, I would say, especially strong right now when these kind of scenarios, especially like you have to run just for the mirror match, right? It's clear that like our ace player on the other side, they have like almost 10 cards in hand. Like look how many cards are in hand for ace, right? Like, you gotta be like, all right, four Dawn, discard 5. Like that kind of has to be worth it, right? Even if you have to give up the tempo for it. Very, very good. All right, so let's see. We've got not that much Dawn, right? We've used 5 between Izu and Pudding. Looks like we attached 1 to our Jozu there, hitting them down to 1. And then putting the rest on our leader. So this is going to be 9 to 6. And we need a double 2K to get out of this. And we do have that with the Morley, and I can't see what the other one is. All right, so we've got 1 life apiece here. When I see Sabo, I will say that Sabo is a little bit of a momentum deck. I think there's a lot of momentum decks that exist right now, but Sabo specifically, like, you are a deck that you want to make these big bodies. The fact that your leader makes them bigger and has like the protection for it's really great. And if you're able to get these bodies out consistently, you just end the game because you have like 4 10K attacks in a turn to end it, right? Which is, absurdly strong, even with leaders becoming 6, 7, 8, 9Ks, that kind of thing, right? But in this scenario, right, I think we're kind of there. The Stasi has been really helpful getting rid of that 10 drop Newgate. If 10 drop Newgate was on the board still, it'd be a completely different game. So that removal has been really strong. Counting the number of cards in trash might have been the amount of 2Ks there. We got so much cycle with, I think we've resolved like 4 or 5 1-drops, Navy HQ every turn for the rest of the game. We could be trying to play an 8-drop dragon, which could be really strong at being able to put 2 more bodies, including like another Sabo 6-drop on the board too. We have to decide because we don't have that many cards because of that pudding, right? That pudding, I think, was successful at really messing up our opponent. All right, so we are playing the 8-drop dragon, but maybe not the one I was thinking about. It is the red 8-drop dragon, which if you guys have the Learn to Play set, you will find one of those in that bad boy. It's Revolution Army. It's an 8 cost. You get the Dawn on our leader. It's technically a 10 cost with our leader effect, which is great. So we've got this 7k body from Sabo coming down. A little bold that we feel like we don't need our blocker right now, but also if we're afraid that, a 10-drop Goldie Roger is going to come down soon, and we don't really need it. Only 4 cards in hand for our Sabo player too, so we're going to use the effect of the Ezo here. Just on opponent's attack, we get to draw 1 and trash 1. Or sorry, draw 1, I believe bottom deck 1. All right, we're going to use Otama and Ezo to get out of that attack. Which, was that right? We're only at we were only at were we at 7k? It was a 9k at the 8k ace swing. Was it a miscount? Because it was, actually they might have been swinging at the blocker. They might have been swinging at the blocker and not the leader on that previous swing. Because the blocker's at 7k, so it might have been 9 at the blocker instead of the leader. Yeah. They're like, sincerely, this is the meta where there's just so much like power and cost and everything changes, right? Like technically, like the Sabo is like an 8 cost right now. It has everything as like the plus 1000 power. We have ways to boost our leader in Ace as well. Like there's like so much extra information floating around. There's just so much extra information floating around. And I'm curious if we're trying to get rid of the Jozu here. Because again, we've got a pretty wide board. We still have like a 10k attack coming out from the dragon. And sorry, this is going to be 11k. Since we do still have our leader effect. And we've got Radical Beam and a 2k from Uta. So whether that was at the Ace or the Jozu, we got out of it. And we're going to be passing there. With only 4 cards in hand and 1 Dawn open, I think we might have to try to go for game here. It'd be 11 and 12 at a 6k base leader with 4 cards in hand. So unless you think that they're playing Rad Beam, I think you can have pretty good chance to get there. Oh, but we're playing the new, or not the new, but the old but newly good. Newly good Yamato here. So we're going 8K into leader, I would assume. Again, like if we're trying to go for game though, I think you're better off not playing the Yamato, right? Am I absurd for saying that? And yeah, there goes the cat. Yeah. Also, Sabo is a 7K base. My apologies. I keep forgetting that. I for some reason I think it's a 6K base, and it's probably because they're. I think like almost every other Sabo is a 6K base in the game. And there's also there's a 6-drop one from PRBO2 that's a 6K, and then there's a 7-drop Sabo that's a 7K. There are exceptions, but in my mind I'm like, oh, it's a 6-drop 6K, of course, and becomes 7K with leader effect. It becomes 8K with leader effect. Is the cat a blocker? I think it is. Yeah, we're gonna go 2K, 1K, and then everything. And we do have the additional block here. Essentially like a rad beam for the archetype, and yeah, just giving it up. And it doesn't look like it would have mattered. I think Yamato was slightly worse if we were going for game, right? Because it gets rush and stuff, but I think that if you just went 11 and 12 with them at 1 life, I think that's just slightly better. They would have had the numbers to get out of it still, but would have made a tiny difference. So, all right, Sami's able to win with Sabo on table 1. Very cool. Very, very cool. Let me see. Let's see what other games we've got to go to real quick. Let's see. We've got Emu versus Roger. I'm down for that game. Let's go over there. No, they just finished. Never mind. Never mind. Poor Roger. What else we got? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's gonna be a lot of ace and emu today. All right. Any game without either of those leaders is a minor blessing. And spoiler, there's a lot of ace mirror matches that I'm walking through right now too. Boyo, boyo, boyo. Welcome to OP13. You've got many leaders you can choose from, but they're mostly just 2 of them. All right. This game also looks tough. We'll go to it though. All right, we've got on the left, we've got Ace, and on the right, we've got Roger. Rogers looks like it might be having a rough time though. Roger might be having a bit of a rough go. Where's the Roger image? There's the Roger image. Pew. And there it is. Yeah. Yep. A little bit of a rough go. Understood. Back to me. This is no, they finished too. It was a Bonnie mirror match, but it was yellow Bonnie versus green Bonnie. Not what you expected, I'm sure. Emu versus Zoro, I think. Their camera's not my favorite. I don't want to go there. It's just a little zoomed in. We've got Silver's Rayleigh versus Emu. Interesting. We can go that one. All right, on the left, we've got Silver's Rayleigh. And then on the right, we've got the Emu. And yeah, interesting enough, they're playing the throne, which I've heard, or not the throne, Mère stage, which just gets the generic 1 cost reduction there. Which I've seen people say that it's their card of choice for stage against specifically these more aggressive matchups. And we do have the 5 outers here, so we will be able to, get the discard 1, clear the board, and then play our big boy from there. But yeah, interesting to see the Mère Joie. Obviously, like if you're playing the mirror match, you kind of have to do that one as well. It's from, I think, OP5. Like pretty sure it's from OP5. Yeah, just the alt art from, I think, PRB. Is it from PRB2? I'm gonna guess it is. I'm gonna guess that's the one it came from. Yo, Bonnie, if there's any. Well, we'll see if they won the game. Yeah, I will agree. There's so many decks that like their win rate is so much higher if they go second. It's bonkers. Meaning, if you have a deck that you think is better going first, including, actually, let me see. Did anyone bring? Okay, there were 2 Lim players. That'll be 100% the next deck. Lim is so good going first, which means that you will take that away from a lot of players who don't know any better. And we'll go from there. Will I make any special appearance on Joy Boys? I will. I have sincerely, I have literally no plans as of today, November 4th, where we're live. But it has been a minute since I've been there, so I wouldn't be opposed to it. They can't get what? Here, 1 second. All right. This is a friendly game too. But yeah, they just want to try out the matchup, and without even knowing, without asking more, 99% sure they're like, all right, I played with the throne. Can we try this matchup out with me playing the Mary Joie? Which I'm pretty sure is what happened for this. But I think honestly, what games are not reported here? We've got table 1, which you guys can find. I know Jake's doing his run right now, so you can watch him there. Table 6 and 7, which I think I went. Most of these were like mirror matches, so. And then table 13, which is done, but no one reported. Cool. All right, another copy of Sanji. Yeah, so we're down to 0, and then this is like the scary part too. I mean, for I don't know if I was gonna say luckily, but I don't know if luckily is the right word. Being able to have like you can get out of a 15k swing as Emu unblockable pretty easily. With 2 copies of the throne, that gets you to 13k, and then you just need like a 2k 1k. So like 2 thrones, or sorry, it never existed, and the 1 cost event, who's the world equilibrium one, you can get 16 to 15k, right? So it's possible, like even if they have unblockable, right? But you much rather be at 1 life right now. I'm not joking. Yeah. And yeah, you can only look celestial dragons. Yeah. Which uh let me see. I'm looking through the chat real quick. In the limb, turn 1, turn 2 Dofi, and swing turn 3 OP13 into an L. You can't limb into Sanji. No. But you can play. No, you'll be at 6 because you ramp twice. Yeah. Yeah, because on 5, yeah, on 6, yeah. So the idea is on turn 1, you play it. Turn 3, you ramp to 4. You start the turn on 6. You play Sanji for technically 3, and then you get to use the other 3 for leader effect. So Sanji is just essentially a good 7k that, you know, a 7k body that you can play for 3 in a deck that will almost always try to have 3 Dawn available, which is why it's really nice. So I haven't tested Limb myself. We're gonna do some testing tomorrow, on Wednesday for some Goldie Roger. I want to test that deck out a little bit. If they'll let me play the new promo, I will, because honestly, I don't know how good the deck is without it, but yeah. Still a lot of rested bodies that can be attacked by Emu. Well, not if you have the 1-drop, which they can get rid of, but you can rest something and protect it. Yeah, you're playing a lot of it. Yeah, I think like Lim is in tier 1.5. Sincerely, like tier 1 is like literally Zoro, Emu, and an Ace, not in that order. Those 3 are like clearly like, and like I'd say like, you know, Zoro is like a little bit lower than those other 2 as well, but like maybe Zoro's at like 1.25, and then like Ace and Emu are in tier 1, and then there's a lot of like tier 1.5 which they can do well, but it's tough. The 1-drop doesn't protect it from new. Yeah, but like it's, if you're attacking with Noose, it's only 5k into something -5, so it's like, and you have like a lot of restand effects, right? Dex 9 beaters, so okay still. Yeah, I honestly I like both of the 10 drops, even though like you do need like the double cards for that. I do think that's really nice. I think I think like the 10-drop tax beard is just better from the decks that I've seen. I don't think like being an 8k leader is actually even that impressive anymore. Especially because like if you're playing against specifically Emu, they're like, well, if you played 9-drop, it means that I could have used my 5 elders, and then like for every elder that exists, I just have to put 1 Dawn on them, and they attack 8k into your 8k leader. So you just keep doing that until, yeah, you can do like 3 or 4 or 6k attack or 8k attacks a turn, compared to Tax Beard, which will just prevent any attacks outside a leader attack. Is not Horde, yeah, that's that's what you got to fight for. Not the worst. I think that's the best way to say it. So, for promo versus 9beard. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. That makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, it's just like you can do it 1 turn earlier, which is really important in Roger, and then also the fact that it's searchable, right? Because it's a pirates. But I do agree. Yeah, being able to be like a 9k leader for playing a 9-drop is stupid good still. All right. Forcing 2 discard per attack is probably functionally the same as, yeah. If I was okay, I'm not going to say that I'm the person you should be listening to. Promo Roger's not allowed. Not for this event, no. But I think the rank ladder lets it. He's not allowed, no. I'll type it out. And I looked through all the people playing Roger today, and they weren't playing it, as far as I know. Yeah. I mean, I'll double check, but I remember looking through all the deck. That's like I don't want to sound lazier than I am. Like there's not much to test for. Honestly, most of the time I get like a blinking light if someone doesn't put in enough cards in their deck. Let me see, and then oh yeah, sorry. Spoilers, there's someone named Roger today. So I was like, oh, we had 2 more Rogers than I thought. And then like, oh no, never mind. That's just their name. Oh, wait, someone is playing it. That's on me. Did they it must have been our last player to add it. Yeah, I'll let them know. I'll let them know. I'm gonna take a break. It was someone who got off wait list, so I missed that. So I'm gonna take that break. I'll be right back, and then we'll be there. So I'll be right back. All right, hello. Hi. We're back. We're back. We got for you guys round number 2. I looked through it. We've got 2 limb leaders, and they both won round 1, which is crazy. So we're going to watch one of them. We've got Hector with their build of limb here, and then we've got our first official emu match of the day. It is going to be Ubin on there, being able to choose the throne there as their starting card. So obviously I think OP13 has brought us a lot of new leaders, but there is like a couple like weirdly good support cards for Lim, even though they're not typed as Odyssey cards, right? Lim is really known as like the Odyssey leader and has one of like the more unique effects in the game there. But you do get to kind of play around with some new ways to have like restand cards. We've got a 10-drop Shanks that we'll hopefully see and talk about. And there's also kind of this like 9-drop Zoro is actually kind of cracked right now too, if your opponent doesn't have a way to interact with it, which a lot of decks don't have like efficient ways to interact with it too. So it will be cool. If you guys don't know what Lim does, though, it's a 4-life leader. For 3, you can play an Odyssey card with a cost of 5 or less and ramp a Dawn. And then also, you can, but any card that you play will be in rest mode. So, or, play suspended or whatever it is for this game. Eggman's been playing a lot of games right now. But, normally a tough ability, but being able to get cards out cheaper. You have a lot of ways to kind of restand bodies at the end of your turn too, and being able to go first is already fantastic for Lim here. So we're going to go 5k into leader. Yeah, how you sign up for it? I make announcements on here on my YouTube, on my Twitter, on my Discord, as well as on my website. I make an announcement for the day that the signups go live, and then when the signups do go live. So I don't ever shadow drop any events, as in like the registration goes live when the announcement goes live. I usually give a idea of when it goes live afterwards, and then usually depending on the size of the event and stuff, they almost always sell out in the first hour. Many times within the first 10 minutes or so. So it is a little bit competitive for the signups, but then also we do have late registration 30 minutes before the event starts for any spots that open up between registration closing and the event starting. So be on the lookout for that. So there's a good amount of ways. I try my best. I know it's as someone who makes a lot of content, you feel like you're screaming into the void, but then like at the other time, like you'll have these times where people just don't have anything, and we don't have our. I'm gonna be behind on remembering the name of each of these emu boys, but I think it's Saturn, right? Is that the searcher? Yeah, no Saturn. A little bit tough. Definitely like one of our better cards for this, and I think we will be able to get this additional draw from Sabo here, which is going to be really nice. We're going to be at 6 Dawn right now for our leader. We'll see. Like if we have 2 3-drops that we can play out here, we're going to be good. But looks like we likely only have 1. We're just going to attack with the Apu there, just to be able to start getting the draw from our Sabo as well. We're going to go 5k into 5, attacking with our limb leader. All right, thinking there. All right, we are actually just going to go down to 4. Hit the damage at 4. We're going to spend 3 using our limb effect. We're going to ramp a Dawn, and then from our hand play out another Odyssey character. Is going to be the Nell here. So since we have 2 cards that are rested, we get to draw 3 and trash 2. I was kind of mentioning in our previous match that draw 3 is usually unheard of in this game, and honestly, draw 3 trash 2 is also really unheard of. But like this is just like a really great cycling ability. We are going to get rid of a 10-drop Shanks in our hand, which means we likely have another one. And we also have a Sabo. So pretty much just showing off that, yeah, this is an OP13 build. We've got the new cards here. I'd love to show them off. And then for another 3, we're going to play out the Lin. And we do have the SP for it. What a beautiful card. Looking at the top 5 of our deck for another Odyssey card. At the end of our turn, we are going to be able to use the effect from it to be able to restand. We do get the Adeo there, so just a 2k, which is really great. And then we do also have the Sabo attack going in, which will let us draw 1 more card since we have 3 or more characters rested right now. All right, and we do have the 2K to get out of it. Again, we're going to use the limb effect to, I don't know why I want to call it limb. It's limb. Being able to restand itself since we have 3 or more rested characters and passing it back here. And this is a really good start for limb here, especially compared to how, we don't even have like a 5K to start pressuring stuff. On the other side for Emu here, we're already down to 3 life and we're in a bit of a tricky spot. So we've got 6 Dawn right now. We've got a couple of our 5 elders that we can play into, including the News Juro here. If we play that out, we can go 5K into one of these bodies, and then we can use the ability here. We're actually just going to go 8 with the Emu here, since we can use the effect from the stage. And I feel like I would be that Sabo is worth saving if I was being super honest. But we do also have the Saint Marcus Mars here that will get the discard 1, and we will be able to get the KO of likely the Enel here. Yes, we will. But we're still in a pretty okay spot. All right, and yeah, it is the. I do have to make sure honestly, like you look at the guy, you look at the boy, and you're like, I know what this boy does, but I don't like their names are, a couple extra letters than most names in this game here. So, and then obviously there's like the alternate arts, which are completely different than the regular arts. So if you don't know what their art is, it's an extra step for you. But we'll see if I can get that there. All right, we attack with the Apu once again to be able to get the likely probably another Enel trigger. Yes, that is what's happening here. So Enel's effect lets us get another draw 3 trash 2, since we do have 2 rested characters right now with the Apu in itself. Let's see. I'm not sure if he is playing Zora, and if I did, I wouldn't let you guys know, since they are like closers deck list. He just opted not to use it. All right. Well, my apologies. I don't know why he wouldn't, but maybe there's a good reason. Because because did they even like pressure? I don't think they even pressure board that much that turn, right? We can't add Lin off of itself. Yeah, okay, that's what they're saying. Yeah, we got the Mihawk instead. Which Mihawk is still really good. And then we're just gonna be able to go, yeah, big 7 into 5. And they don't have any Dawn up, so they don't have like the World Equilibrium event that they could be using, going down to 2 already. And then we're going to go 1 more 6 with this other copy of Limb here. And then we're going to be able to end the turn and keep 2 of these limbs active, which just being able to have these really consistent attackers by themselves is already kind of worth it. And I think next turn is when we can start playing 10-drop Shanks as well, which is an absurdly good card that we get from this format. All right, and so we're at, I believe we're at 8 Dawn for Emu right now. So we will be able to start using our leader effect moving forward. This 5K, okay, it's into Apu. Yeah, that one goes. I'm like, if this was into my leader, I'd have to know it was in my hand, but I'd kind of be a little bit tempted for it. We're gonna play the Saturn for 4, looking at top 5 for a 5 Elders card. And making sure they know which ones they have there and which ones they don't have there. All right, we're going to find the Workery. That one I know. That's the only one that I'm like, I know who that one is. I mean, Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter, right? Those are easier names. News Juro is just, that one I always feel like, I don't feel like I'm saying his name right. All right, they put another copy of Saturn into the trash just so we can start using our 5 Elder effect next turn. We've got 4 Dawn left. We can use our leader ability, our stage ability to be able to play out a body. We might be considering if we want to like keep some Dawn open for defense as well. Looks like we're gonna for 3 play out. We can pretty much play everything besides 5 Elders right now, right? Looks like it is going to be another copy of the Mars. We're going to get another discard, and we're going to get rid of one of the. Sorry, just the Enel there. Okay, and then pass from there. I don't know if Enel's like the card I would be prioritizing getting rid of, because again, these Lins. Yeah, sorry, Lin. I don't know. It's my brain is broken today. It's just like as Lim, I know it's Lim, and then every time I reset, it's like, oh, it's Lin. No, it's Lim. Lim being able to just restand every turn is really great, though you can keep looping your copies of Mars and get rid of them. But it looks like we're just gonna start off with a big old 5. All right, using a Shirahoshi 2K to get out of it. Looks like we're going to go 6. Okay, interesting. Getting a 2K out of hand. Yeah, just a 5 now. We must have 9-drop Zoro then, right? There's nothing else in my mind that it could be. We get the block there, and it is going to be the 9-drop Zoro here. So being able to use this, we are able to keep one of our limbs active and healthy, which is great. Zoro can do a lot of pressure next turn, and generally speaking, Emu doesn't have a great way to interact with this card. So like we can like do some attacks into, we're gonna go likely 2 5s into this limb here to try to get rid of it. We can have like, they can have like a bigger attack with having the rush and giving the minus 2K. Yeah, I think getting rid of the limb makes sense here. But I'm not convinced that, Zoro is guaranteed to live right now. Oh, Stussy as well. Though I don't know if Stussy's probably worth it. Stussy's probably worth it. Stussy's better if you go first against them and then you play it before you're 10. I think the option is like, do we want the guaranteed removal of this? Are we going to do we want to be able to play our 5 Elders loop, right? And that is a really good decision. And I know everyone's aware that Emu's a good deck, right? There's no one really contesting that, but there is like the idea of like, even though 5 Elders is a really broken card in this deck, is it always the best play, right? And so you do have to kind of figure that out and go from there. We are going to use the effect there. So we either don't have Stussy or we don't find the value of playing it. We are going to play each of the 5 Elders here. We are going to look at top 5 for a 5 Elders card off the Saturn. I really want to make sure I get these names right. Yeah, it's Saturn. And we do also have the new Juro here who will be able to pressure the leader with a big 7K attack. We are going to get another 5 Elders to hand, so we know that's going to be coming next turn as well. All right. So we were able to get rid of the other limb as well using the Mars effect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is essentially, yeah, what? 13 to 7. So we need 3 2Ks and a 1K to get out of this. And even if we do get out of it, I'm not convinced that Zoro's enough by itself. And yeah, that's the thing. And now you're in just such a tough spot for Lim where you have no cars on board. Them being able to get 2 copies of Mars is a little bit of a high roll, I would say. And the fact that they starved you out of life resources is really going to hurt you because Like, what are you gonna do here? Like, there could be like you could play out the 10 drop Shanks here. I think that's really strong. If I had 10 drop Shanks, I would have played it last turn. I feel like if we, because we missed playing Zoro on curve. Zoro on curve's worth it. Outside of curve, it's really tricky. It's really tricky, especially even against this deck, right? When there's cards like Stussy and stuff, like you just gave them a draw one. We're gonna spend 10 for the new Shanks, though. I do think this is likely better here. So that is going to get the 10 Dawn active, and I feel like we. Okay, so we're going to play the Mihawk to restand itself. Yeah, I mean, I guess it didn't matter. It didn't matter that we used the extra Dawn or not because they would have just blocked anyways. Yeah, Mihawk resetting itself is fine. So kind of how the Shanks works too. The wording, I would say, doesn't 100% line up with how it works all the time. But you can't play cards essentially off their own effects or off their own volition, essentially, right? So you can't play like the Mihawk for 5, but you can use the leader effect of Limb to play the card because you're not, quote unquote, playing the card. You're just activating the effect of Limb and you're resolving that effect. It's maybe not even the best way to say it, but I can guarantee you can play a card off Limb's effect after playing the 10 cost Shanks, and that's been pretty much the best way I think to use this card. And the premier reason why a lot of people are playing Limb again is because we do have this great interaction. But I will say again, like the wording does not help with explaining that interaction. Oh, Venus Juro. Okay. That is a 5% miss of me not knowing that. I'll call him Venus Juro. That makes way more sense. That's me missing out on context clues because I'm like, man, everyone else is based off a planet except for News Juro here. That's crazy. All right. Their webcam has decided to focus on not this game anymore. But there we go. We're gonna fix it there. We're gonna go down to 1. But yeah, I think playing if you're late with it, you gotta play the Shanks. I know Zoro's the cool card, but if the situation Shanks would have lived in that previous turn, or it would have made it so they had to play the what was it? So they had to play the Stussy, which then would have prevented like the 5 Elders play. So I mean, there was like a chance they didn't have Shanks in hand and they top decked it on the next turn. But with them discarding it earlier, often now, I'm gonna almost guarantee that they do, and then you're just gonna get outvalued by Emu, right? Like there's just so many decks that just once they start doing this 2 or 3 times, you just can't keep up with it, which is a shame. Yeah, because again, you get a lot of value just from doing Shanks every turn for the rest of the game. This Mihawk does nothing. Yeah, I'm surprised they played it because you knew that they got another 5 Elders. And it stinks to like legitimately pass with 10 Dawn open, but sometimes this is what you got to do. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, you can just kind of pressure for game. You're no longer worried about losing, right? Even if they have Dead Man's Game, which I'm going to say that most Limb players are probably considering at least playing a copy or 2 of that. They don't have to, but I say that you probably play it at 2. The build that I play with Limb is 2. But yeah, we've got 10k going into 10k for Shanks, so obviously not the best attack we can be doing, but just forcing 1 damage here, or 1 card out of hand. Yeah, it's gonna be the Osohachi. Oh, did I do the math wrong? Oh, because they minus it twice. That's right. They made it a 10k off the first one. They made it an 8k off the next one. So that's what I was missing. Man, this is like one of the most like dice heavy formats, and people aren't using them, which is fine. It's just keeping me on my toes. Yeah, 10k and 8k. Yeah, I figured it out. I got there. All by myself. Venus Zero is very good at pressuring stuff. So I mean, like what? We've got one life, we've got 10 Dawn, we've got a Shanks out there, but it's just like this weird like I don't know. This isn't supposed to be profound. I think most people figure this out already. Like, what are you supposed to do against a deck that has every turn ends the game ends their turn with two blockers that are unKOable, and also one of them draws you a card when it gets KO'd by blocking. Like it's just so tough to interact with these boards. Yeah, we get rid of the Venus Juro, sure. All right, we're gonna go. It looks like a big 9. I mean, you just block and draw a card, right? I know, like the difference is that like you could also just go for game. So either like you're not like in danger to go down to one life. You can just be like sure, and now I hit you with a bunch of 7Ks when again that you're at one life. Like you're not forced to use the blocker there. We're gonna spend 3. We're gonna probably play out the Doflamingo, sure, and that will reset itself. And you have another blocker here, but like it's so tough. It's so tough to outvalue Emu when it gets to this point. Their boys are just too good. Just too good. Ban Ace week 1, maybe. I was talking to someone who they were talking about how much they like Red Green Luffy and like the new one from the set, and I'm like, if that leader came out at any other point during the history of the One Piece card game, he'd probably be like tier 1. But like when he came out in OP13, it's just so sad. Like just casually spending Dawn to make yourself 2k plus in these situations. Maybe tier 1's like overplaying it a little bit, right? I haven't done enough testing, but like he's just such a broken card. Like Roger too, right? Roger is like so good. Like you look at him, he's like, I'm a 2 color leader that has 5 life and turns into a 7k. I mean, I have to play behind curve for like half the game, but like it's so funny to see just the power creep that Emu and Ace have really brought to this game. Maybe funny is not the right word. Some people say tragic. I'll say interesting for right now. But yeah, it just causes like these other decks that would be otherwise, clearly tier 1, and then they're just kind of on the side of like, well, you just got outclassed. Yeah, and we've got these yeah, again, like simply where I'm looking at these undefeateds. Um we got Emu versus Teach. Okay, I mean it's the battle of the boys. We'll go over there. We'll go over there. Let me see. Emu's on the other side. This probably looks a little bit rough from the Teach side. Actually, they're both of them are like these are not my favorite setups of the night. All right. Where's Teach? Where's Teach at in my thing of things? There we go. We've got 4 Burgesses. 4 Burgesses might be enough. And I think they're at like 10k power, if not more. That are they at 12k power? That's crazy if true. One second. All right, well that game ended. Burgess is good if you get all 4. If you get all 4 there. All right. Yeah, sorry, those matchups are so tough. Like those setups are so tough. I know you guys are probably more focused on the game, but I don't want to stare at those anymore. I mean, we've got late game ace versus late game emu. We've got emu versus Zoro here. This one might have a little bit more gameplay. Let's see. And I like their setups, which is the most important thing. Matchup, whatever. Setup, very good. All right. So we're at 10 Dawn, but we're at 0 life. We've got Zoro stuff. Now, one thing to note is that, like, Emu by itself, using the effect, can get out of, 2 Zoro swings for free. We do have a copy of 5 Elders, which is likely the card that they were looking for. But with only 3 cards in hand, it's a little bit tougher. We do have the... let me make sure I know the names of these boys. We do have the Jupiter. Hey, you know what? I figured that out. Are you guys proud of me? After the figuring out that it's Venus Zero, it's Jupiter. We got there. I use the context clues. I've used previous learnings to inform my future learnings. Boyo. I can't believe no one has corrected me on this until then. I played an entire day of like 4 hours of emu on stream, and no one was like, by the way, it's Jupiter and Venus Juro. They're like, no one tell him. Let him just keep saying the stupid thing. They're like, shh, don't tell him. Moz were probably in on it too, deleting messages that are trying to help me. Oh boy. Hey, that's why like these events are just as much for me as it is for you guys. So proud of Eggman. Thank you guys. Thank you. It's the baby steps that are the hardest steps, I think you will find. I don't mind being stupid as long as I learn from being stupid. That's my one requirement. Is just to be like, make sure to is the 13 Zora force restand? Why did the Zora let it die and not restand it? It was probably the second attack, right? Not restand. Oh, I see what you mean. The 4-drop. I have no idea. Is it a? Let me read the card. Let me read the card outright. Yeah, set this card as active. I'll let them know. Yeah, you can't miss timing for it. It's if it said like you may, you guys are correct. I'll let them know at the end of this. Yeah, because I know who it is. Oh, did they not have all 5 elders yet either? Oh, this is tough. They're missing the Venus Juro. Yeah, I'll let him know. I'll let him know. All right. Yeah, discarding the search event to get rid of the Tashigi. They're both named Tashigi, so you gotta confirm which one you're KOing. That's extra funny. Yeah, it would be an invalid game state. Yeah. Yeah, once we started drawing cards and stuff, it was accepted game state. So I'll just let them know. It's day 0, right? The set's not out. You're allowed to, it might, like, maybe not allowed, but these mistakes happen. 3-cost Shigi can't protect 5-cost Shigi. Oh, can it not? Is it just cards not named Tashigi? If you have a other than Tashigi, that's so funny. You're right. Oh, that one you can make fun of me for. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You can't. Yeah, you can't save the 5-cost. I'll be honest. It doesn't look like it's going to make a huge difference here. We're going to Dead Man's Game. I mean, obviously, yeah. If you had like 5-cost Zoro out, you'd feel a little bit better. We're gonna play the Apu to get rid of the tiny blocker as well, and then we're gonna go 7. And then we should have 5, so we have 10. Or we can do, yeah, all right, yeah, we're using the it never existed and then big number there. Yeah, with only 2K in hand, so it looks like it would have made a bit of a difference by having the other Tashigi out. But that's also like why they asked their opponent, right? So definitely a mistake. Here, 1 second though. 1 second. I'm back. So yeah, you can't miss the timing on Zoro. It's a force. It's not a Yume. And they were talking about it, and it was just not knowing what their cards do, which is okay because again, it's day 0 for this stuff. I think that these are really really good events to learn how some of these wordings work, right? Sometimes you learn the hard lesson for here, but then that means that at larger events, events still get much larger than an Eggman event's triple win a box. But for the tiny percentage of events that do get more prestigious than this one, that is really helpful information. And then also, like, you guys just watching this, now you know that 4-cost Zoro always restands. Because again, I thought it was like a Yume in those situations. So anyways, we've got not a lot of time left in round. It looks like we are in overtime right now. I'm gonna make sure everything sets up. Risu might be in this round or the next one. We'll go into round 3 very quickly. We'll see what's left undefeated. We had 2 limbs undefeated at the beginning of this round. I don't think we have that anymore. I'll be honest with you. I'll take any game that doesn't have ace or isn't an ace emu mirror match and or one of the both leaders are one of those two. So we'll see if there's any additional decks that are 3-0 right now. We do have Zoro, so maybe we could do like a full Zoro game from Adrian there. But we're gonna take our break. We'll be back, and we'll see you guys in round 3. Be right back.
Number 6 now departing.
All right, I was walking around, I was hanging out, and look who I stumbled into. Found Risu just hanging out, random internet calls, and what's it called? What's it the one that you just get into random voice calls? I'm sounding so old right now. Is it? No, no, no. Oh man. Oh, this is such a bad bit now. Uh, someone whose birth year starts with a two. Let us know. Let us know which favorite app we're talking about. Is chat roulette? Is that it? There's like there's something. Oh man, this is so bad. Omegle, yeah, Omegle. All right, okay, we got there. Thank you, a pumpkin. Thank you for being subscribed for 5 months and saving me from my old age. I don't remember. I haven't used any of them. You use Risu's here. That's maybe the more important thing. It doesn't matter how he got here. Is chat roulette a real one? Is that a real one? Man, now that I'm talking about video calls, I hope there's not like one that has like more of a friskier nature. Like, how does the Higman know about that one? Only weirdos know about that one. Sounds a little muffled. How about now?
Me?
He probably sounds less muffled. He's probably a little bit better now. Try one more time.
I'm gonna try one more time.
There we go. All right.
All right, round 3 is starting, and round 3 for OP13. It's exciting. I know it's not the outlook is grim for a lot of people. I think a lot of people are definitely talking about Ace and Emu kind of being the kingpins. I think you yourself just mentioned that like it's pretty like people want to say it's a 3-deck format, but it's like Emu, Ace, and then Zoro kind of gets to hang on with a single arm to the ledge maybe.
Yeah, but we've got. I'm looking through. So honestly, like, all right. I'm just gonna go down the table. So table 1, we've got Zoro versus Teach. Table 2, we've got a Zoro mirror match. Table 3, we've got Emu versus Ace, which actually we might just do just because it's the meta. Table 4, we've got Emu versus Zoro. Table 5, we've got Ace versus Ace. Table 6, we've got Emu versus Emu. Table 7, we've got Zoro versus Betty, which that could be a fast game, but I don't know if Betty's much. Oh, you know what? We'll go to table 8. Table 8's where we're gonna go. We're gonna see the yellow Bonnie actually, which I was not aware was undefeated. So that'll be fun. Let's. I'm gonna be behind on updating some of this stuff, but let's just go over there while they're starting.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if I can get it.
And I'll be honest, Bonnie is probably the lead that I know the least about in this format, but we'll figure it out together. How about that?
Exciting.
And we'll do a
No,
cool
it's
summer
the latest addition. The latest addition to the Egghead lineup. So I'm gonna get access to a lot of some of those cards. Which I mean, some of those like a lot of the Egghead stuff reads really well to me usually. So it's just always hindered by the fact that was it Vegapunk is like a 2 health leader, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I kind of thought the same thing, and then I realized like there's not actually that much stuff. Like the most of the actual restriction for all the Vegapunk stuff is being at 2 or less life. So
Okay.
it's not you don't get as much things for free as maybe you would think you would. You do get some nice stuff, and we see all these 1-drops. Like honestly, the 1-drop Lilith here, being a searcher for a card with trigger, is already pretty good. When again, like that's like searching for most your deck as well.
And it's an interesting trigger too, right? It's the first searcher that just doesn't like play itself. It searches off of life, which is kind of interesting. At least that's the first one I'm aware of.
Yeah, and Eubeen's probably going to be like, why are these guys following us? This is the match we saw last round, but you know what? You weren't here. You can watch Emu from the start again. They were able to beat a Lim here, and then like their tournament run's probably so crazy. You're like, all right, I played against Lim. I got to play against legitimately the only yellow Bonnie that existed for this event now. He's like, where are all of these mirror matches I've been?
Where's the meta?
Promised for this format right now.
And it's kind of interesting because I think going off of last format was a little quicker. I don't think like going to time wasn't as relevant, but maybe it's just like new card woes. But I think the Emu matchup seems to be able to run rather long. So I
Yeah,
think we're
because
kind of glad dodging that mirror.
it's a yeah. Honestly, like the Emu mirror match. I will strictly say I will never be able to skill gap my opponent, so I'll never play Emu because I know that I can't I can't beat that matchup. So it makes it easy when you know what your restraints are and what your good and bad things are. So I'm just gonna play Lim and decide to lose because I'm playing a mediocre deck at times.
Oh, that's fair. I'm sitting here adding Otama to my Sanji deck, and that's as far as we've gotten this set so far. But gonna go ahead and get the Sane Moja guard? It's a J in there, and then sent it to the trash again.
Yeah, and real quick, in case you guys don't know what this Bonnie is, which honestly I will say almost uniformly is probably the worst leader in OP13, which is not saying how bad this leader is. It's more so saying
how good the other ones
how
are.
super good every other leader is. Like if Bonnie was released like a set earlier, it'd probably see a little bit more play than it's seeing right now. But your turn once per turn, this effect can be activated when you play a card with trigger, such as this Onami. You can give 2 Rested Dawn to your leader or one of your characters, and now you've got a 9k banish. Like, what are you supposed to do about that? You take the damage. That's what you do.
Which is it's gonna be kind of good because like just getting cards out of Emu's hands because they can sit on that a pretty thick hand for a while. It feels like. We're gonna go start with the stage ability. Go ahead and
you got Saturn there. Man, you missed it. Like, I don't want to like overstate it. You respect me, but I'll say that you respect me. I fumbled quite a bit, and mostly just not knowing how some of these characters' names are, like to I would say a terrible degree, like a dummy degree. But not how much One Piece do you watch, Risu?
I mostly read it, but I've been this might be blasphemous, but the latest arc's been kind of boring for me. But
all right, well I'll replay my discovery. So it's pretty clear that some of these saints are based off of the planets, right? There's Saturn.
Yeah.
Mercury is Mercury, right? We've got Mars, and then there's like News Juro, and there's Peter, right?
Oh, you forgot the first part of Peter.
I did. It is Jupiter, so it's Jupiter, but mostly it was the Venus Juro. That one I
can see that one.
Yeah, that was discovering fire.
Yeah. Oh, well, wait till we explain them Chick-fil-A, guys.
yeah. That was so. Again, let my ignorance be your discovery. Don't make the same.
Oh, that's so good.
The same mistakes that I make. Maybe watching the show helps you enjoy the card game. I don't know. I can't commit to knowing that 100%, but there are signs.
There are signs. There's a lot of lore effects that people do appreciate from time to time. But it is going to be the Bonnie, and we're gonna get aggressive with our Onami 6k into the leader. And how would you say you win against Emu? Are you trying to get aggressive as early as possible? Is it one of those like matchups you just gotta get him to 0 because you gotta get him to that point, like kind of like the Whitebeard, you just gotta get him to 0 so then you could do the big swings and get the radical beams out of their hands and stuff?
Well, I do think that these banish are going to be pretty good. I mean, honestly,
it's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, because that they have the event there. It might have just been worth it to go 11k banish.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean. Or go like 5 and 9 instead of 6 and 8. Just because those
I think
numbers are a
9.
weirder.
I think 9 and 5 sounds right because you could kind of at least get that first attack in and get a read on your opponent's hand. Worst case, they give you a 1k.
Yeah.
We're going to start Emu's turn. That's going to get rid of the Nami.
Yeah. But here's like the thing that usually happens though with this matchup though, in Emu in general, right? If you can start just like looping your 5 elders and stuff, like you'll likely never be afraid to lose the game anymore, right? There are some situations where people can get around blockers, right? Like Hodie's still like a good card, but like in general, just being able to say, well, I have ways to pressure your board and your leader, and then I end the turn with 2 blockers up that can't be KO'd. That's really tough for a lot of decks to again like interact with cleanly. So there are 2 kind of ways you can either like Emu can like starve out opponents, which is essentially what we're doing here. We did make sure to get rid of the Nami there as well. We're going 5. The issue with Bonnie is that, like most of the cards in this deck are going to have trigger. This is not one of them. Or it could have been an Onami, and you're like, well, I can't,
Yeah,
all these cards have protection anyways, so not much we can do there.
I think we're almost running. I think we're close to like a 50 card trigger deck. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. Oh, we just passed on that. All right, so the Jupiter comes down. I assume we don't have enough in trash yet. I love it. Wait, do we have enough in trash? They kindly gave us all the elders, but didn't space out the rest of their trash.
Yeah, I mean those are like the important cards, right? So we've got 4 cards there, and then we have at least 7. For the Jupiter, like you need
7.
Yeah, it's just Jupiter, 7. Right? Like the only one that asks for more is the is the Venus Euro here. If you have 10 or more, you get to get the minus 2k. So
I guess Jupiter is actually both. It's 7 for cannot be removed from the effects, and then it's 10 for
you're right. Yeah, that one
becomes
well.
7k. Yeah.
Yep. You're right. Yeah, everything else just cares about 10 or 7, not 10.
So we're gonna go ahead and start with the stage. Oh no, wait, it's Bonnie's turn. We actually take the 5.
Yeah, that's kind of tough, especially after like getting out of all these banish attacks. And we do have the the 7 cost Stussy. Sorry, I'm so used to 9 cost Stussy right now. So it's blocker on play if your leader has egghead type. Play up to 1 character the cost of 5 or less with trigger from your hand. So doesn't even have to have the egghead type. But we end up playing up the Keeper Nojo, and that's going to let us apply 2 Dawn there. It is a once per turn effect off Bonnie. It'd be crazy if it was not once per turn to give 2 Dawn every time, because you could effectively give 4 Dawn with this Stussy if it stacks that way, but we go 6 and we get out of it.
Because it's does the Stussy count?
Oh, you're right. Itself? Actually, you're right. Yeah, because Stussy doesn't have trigger. You're right. It'd just be 2 anyways. This may or may not be the first full game of Yellow Bonnie that I've seen in my life, so
I wouldn't blame you. Sometimes the cards read. There are definitely cards out there in Bandai that say like has trigger in text, for example, and then Stussy would count.
Yeah, this one Bonnie says specifically with trigger.
All right, so we're getting a search done with our. I always forget this guy's name. It's got a J in it. Oh wait, no, this is a different one. This is the Saint Charleria.
Yeah, that one. That's Top Hat.
From here, I mean, I don't know if the starvation game plan might work here. I almost feel like we need to start sending these cards sideways. This next turn, we got 5, 6, 7 before we even commit any Dawn.
Yeah, well, I think the issue is that again, like against this Bonnie, it's like there's so many chance for trigger cards. Actually, sitting 2, the top 2 not having any trigger that's relevant is kind of absurd. I'd say like very unlucky for our Bonnie player.
Crazy. And we're gonna go again. We're gonna go with the. I think this is Jupiter now attacking.
Yeah.
I imagine we have hit 10, so we are at. This is an 8K.
Yeah, we're gonna block and likely 2K out. Yeah, with the Stussy there.
Yeah.
We get the
Egghead Usopp.
And then we're gonna play out the Workery there, which is just a blocker that draws 1 on KO, and we're gonna pass back.
This is potentially a pretty strong turn. This is our first 10 Dawn turn for Bonnie coming in.
Yeah.
We still haven't seen some of like the new. I guess Stussy is the new card, but
yeah,
there's plenty of others that like all the. I think.
Yeah, the next card that would be great here would be the 9-drop Bonnie. So it's on play. If your leader has Egghead type, this character gains Rush, and then your opponent adds 1 card from the top of their life to their hand. So you can use this card to essentially pressure twice here. You get to put 2 Dawn on your leader. So you can go something like 7, 7, 7, 10. which is
Oh, yeah.
absurdly good. But you know, I
Yeah,
think
and one of those is guaranteed life being taken. So
yeah.
I guess we'll see what they choose to do. Doing that play does give up our blocker, and we might be trying to kind of leave the Stussy standing so we could block. So I would forgive them if they decided to maybe change the order of those attacks or just go something weaker. Looks like we are just going to go 5 with Bonnie and then see what we get. Maybe we get the 1K, maybe we get the blocker. That'd be huge.
Yeah. Like another 7 cost Stussy wouldn't be terrible. We're just going to go 5 into leader. We will just get the 1K out.
And if we do play the Stussy, I mean, that's another Kikunojo that could come down. We could see, can it play, what's the cost reduction? It's 5 cost or less. So that's most of what we could be playing. Like S-Snake is still a good card that they could be running. The PRB to Boa is definitely, I think, a card that I think the yellow Bonnie deck likes to run. Maybe not at a huge amount, but
Which one?
nonetheless. It's the PRB 02 film Boa Hancock on play. You may trash one card with trigger from your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, because that card also has a trigger, right? So like that just helps it be searchable and applicable, right? So but we do have the 9-drop Bonnie. Yeah, this card is quite the menace here. So again, how this card works is that it has, if your leader is Egghead, this character gains Rush, then your opponent adds the top card of their life to their hand. So we're going to add 2 Dawn to our Lilith here, and then this is going to be attacking, I believe, 6?
5? It's either 5
might be
or
5.
6. I see 3. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because we had 1 open and then 2 more off leader effect. So it's going to be 5, 7, 10.
5, 6, 10. Yeah. Do you go for 7 here? If I guess they just ate up the blocker.
I think I kind of do. The other thing is that, like, if I have another Bonnie in my hand, I can play that next turn and get rid of the life guaranteed. And I'd rather not. I don't know. Like, it depends on, like, if you want to pressure with the 10K attack where they can just take it and stay at 0, right? Like Emu's definitely a deck that's comfortable staying at 0 life.
I guess the idea is, are you worried about dying next turn? Right. At the end of the day, you're at 3 life. They have to connect 4 attacks, and you have a grip of a hand. And again, like, so many of these could be triggers, and we're talking like beiges and like you could even play the original, the classic, like Brule even, or Sanji blocker. Anything of those can come down and just essentially add a life. Oh, we're going to 10K.
Yeah, we're gonna take it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think at this point you still just attack with the 7. I don't think it's worth keeping the blocker up, but not agreeing, and they're gonna start getting their. We're gonna see, I think, a familiar turn sequence for the rest of the game.
Oh, well, here it comes. I mean, I think we've, at least from the Bonnie side of things, we've definitely achieved, at least not the win condition, but our first goal here, which is most definitely to get our opponent to 0, so we can start chipping away at the hand size for some of those bigger. I like just call them radical beams. I don't know if there's a better colloquial term.
Yeah, but I think, like, we're like in an okay spot for. I think both players. Yeah, Lilith has done his job. Thank you, Lilith.
Your credit to the rest of the 59 cards in the deck.
All right, this is going to go 7 into leader.
49
as well. I would have attacked with Stussy. It would have just gone 1 more card out of their hand, and you can't really block with it because they can just use their Venus Zero next turn, and then just, you know, this turn continued, and they just get more pressure. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, for sure. I agree. I almost would have attacked with the Stussy before attacking with the Bonnie.
Yeah.
If had they not taken the life, I probably would have left the Stussy standing. So then we could do what you were saying, where like you play the 9-drop, guarantee the life gone, and now you're going 10-10. I don't know.
Yeah, because with them having no blocker up, like I would have maybe I think like the extra attack from the 1-drop Lilith. I don't know. You want to be able to like try to get more cards out of their hand. There's an absurd amount of cards in Emu's hand right now, but
yeah.
We'll see.
But looks like there might be struggling on what to do about this turn. You know, like that's kind of like you would think that it's just play the Elders card, but
Yeah, we're going to use our leader effect to get rid of the Saturn there. We're going to use the throne for 3 to play out our 5 elders. And we can use the activate main of this one for tapping a Dawn and discarding 1 card, which is the Mary Joie. Unsurprising getting that card out of our hand. And then, yeah, just making sure, on the numbers that we used,
So all track so far, and we're gonna get all 5 elders down on the board now. Who's got one of the Jujutsu Kaisen art demons? I actually haven't committed to memory which one's which yet. So that one is Mars. No.
Based off process of
Process of
elimination is Jupiter.
Yeah, it's definitely Jupiter.
Yeah. And we are able to get the never existed. We've got 2 blockers up. We're able to keep, quite a few Dawn active. If we want to pressure anything with the Venus Juro, we can. So again, very, very good sequencing.
And this is going to come down to do we attack with our rush? Or we could pressure board. Oh, we actually going to attack with the Kiku.
Yeah.
Kiku Nojo, sorry.
Yeah. So if we have 3 or less life, or if your opponent has 3 or less life, we get to heal 1. So that is helpful there.
It's going to be nice. Again, like, I don't know, like upwards of 40 cards in the deck do have triggers, so could just be adding another bomb.
Yeah, but this is almost always the issue I see with this. Like, I don't know if issue is the right word, right? Solution maybe for others is that, like, sure, we got them down to 0.
But now what do we do? Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, they discard the Stussy for the is that Mars? Oh, I'm trying real hard to remember which one's which. It is Mars.
Tough.
It is Mars,
tough.
Yeah. So yeah, we get to we've hit 3 life, and again, we've got so many triggers that exist in this deck, and like I'm not going to say specifically, but there's so much that could be happening here, and I do think like half them are kind of duds with everything being unKOable, but real unfortunate.
They're unKOable. I think there are some niche triggers. Like we saw the Usopp, which gives you 2K on trigger, right? But it's like, well, it's a 2K that could just be in hand, so it's a little awkward.
Yeah, and the other kind of awkward thing is that, again, 2 blockers is just so good. It's just so good when they can't be KO'd. And yellow, like, what do you like? What's yellow supposed to do against 2 blockers? Like, have 3 bodies out?
Yeah,
it's so tough.
You don't have any. I don't think there's any ability in the game that says like, oh, blockers can't block. There's definitely things that, like, I know the S snake exists where you can't attack with the card. But I don't think there's anything that really negates blocker just yet. I mean, obviously unblockable.
Yeah, green, like, you can rest them. Green has like this rare effect, but it says like your opponent's cards can't rest, which can mean attacking, blocking, what have you. But
all right, so we go Stussy into what is our play? And I imagine we're just going to give the 2 Dawn to Sanji. Okay,
yeah,
well,
that works. We give 2 Dawn. We can give it to our leader. All of these cards have the plus 2K still, thanks to Jupiter. No, it's only your turn. Sorry, they have 5K.
It's only your turn. Yeah.
My apologies. Yeah. So we can go 7. I would consider attacking to Venus Juro here. We're just gonna Mars block wherever we did go.
I think you're probably just trying to devastate hand size. Do you go 13 here? Wait,
I mean, there's another blocker, so it doesn't really, no matter how much Dawn you put on this, right? You're just going to get rid of the blocker. Because even if they attack into the Venus Juro, you can block that other one. So, because if Venus Juro stays around for 2 turns, you can go like -7 or -2K to Bonnie, and then play the second one on the next 5 elders, and then it's down to a 6K pretty quickly.
All right, so I guess. Oh, playing 3. Oh, there's Brûlée.
Okay, I like this. And that just means that these are staying healthy. Now you've got all of these attacks that you can happen next turn. 3 of these cards are blockers, and you have to be kind of careful. I mean, again, there's going to be a lot of pressure towards Bonnie, but 3 life and again, so many potentials for good triggers here is going to be pretty good.
And you just put your opponent in the spot where you were kind of in, where it's like giving up on your blockers is not the easiest thing to do. And look, we are going to attack with Venus first.
Yep.
I think this is just going to be 7K empty.
The new Robin. Yeah, the new Robin. That was the new Robin it's green, right? I know there's like another like yellow Robin. Maybe it's the yellow one.
I know there's
a
one
yellow one.
the
There's a
new
new green one. Yeah, there's the OP13 one. Yeah, the film Straw Hat Crew one.
I was gonna say there's a yellow Robin in the new heroine set. But...
That is correct.
All right, so now Mars goes in. Now another 7K. We did block one of these with our Brûlé.
Yeah.
While also taking one of the damage, which I feel like again no trigger. I believe, or was it a? Oh, I think it was a.
Was
Capone.
it beige? I believe it was beige.
Yeah.
So preventing, I'm gonna guess the Jupiter from attacking.
Yeah, that'd be my guess as well.
And you kind of have to block this early because you know that they can just use Mars to get rid of it. Yeah, Jupiter can't attack. If they want to use leader effect or sorry, stage effect, they can. And there it is there. All right, drawing 1 card off that first because it's an activate main, not a on play for the 5 elders. So activate main, resting at dawn, discarding a one of the 5 or one of the dragons there, and then we get the we're gonna shorthand it. All those go to trash, and then you get to activate all the on plays again. We are gonna get it never existed, so now we've got. If we potentially have Dawn open for that, we can defend. We've got 2 blockers, and it's just so tough to get around the Great Wall of Emu sometimes. Like, they just get so much pressure. I'm going to assume that we're at 19 cards in trash, which will let us get a 6K base leader on offense off the throne. If not, we're very close to it. Yeah, this is going to be at least 7K, if not 8K. We're going to take the 1 there. Looking at a trigger, but no trigger there.
Still no trigger that we find useful here. Gonna go rush one more time.
Yeah, probably.
This is 7K, so at least block and counter 1. No, gonna take it. Hoping for a trigger again.
Oh, we've got the Nekomamushi here, which is good. So we can play this out, for free. So finally something, right? We have so much potential for cards to come out of our life. And I'm gonna guess, the Venus Juro, minus the 2K on the Stussy, so it would be 5 to 7. So you'd have to. It's the same as leaving your leader up. So the Nekomamushi, if you have 2 Dawn, you can attack active cards with it. So, that's not going to be, I think, too relevant right here, but
you can maybe force an attack into the blocker and kind of force the blockers away.
But it's the same. I think it's the same math either way, right? Everything essentially has 5. 5 power here, so I think you're the same way every time. Like, you have to just keep pressuring. They got one of the thrones in hand. Not the thrones. It never existed.
Yep.
With 3 or 4 Dawn open, I just don't, and two blockers. I just don't see a way that you're able to get there with Bonnie. Unfortunately, it's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, no, I don't like. We're looking at a world where we need maybe some healing to get us across at least across the next turn. We used up a lot of our blockers, and a lot of the blockers are just gone now anyway.
Yeah,
it's a little tough. I don't see where else we could go with this. This might be a wrap.
That's why the format has pretty much turned into, in my opinion, you either have Dead Man's Game. So in this situation, you are able to, rest 2 blockers, or you're playing red and you put them down to 0 life early, so now you can just Goldie Roger and disrespect their blockers, right? With Bonnie, I'm gonna look through their deck list. Maybe there's a card that I'm not aware of.
I know.
I don't think there's anything
isn't
that interacts with
there
blockers.
there's an Enel card that rests 4 costs or lower. It's like a bird.
Yeah,
the
not the Hino Zap. There's the Shura. Yeah.
I might be crossing, but I know it's an NL card.
Yeah, there's a
that
Sky
could at least
Island card,
rest. Yeah, that
there's
could
also
at least.
was it Blaze Slice? Blaze Slice could exist.
Mm,
Yeah, something is plus 1k power. Then if your opponent is at 2 or less, you can rest one of their characters. Cost of 4 or less, which would mean that you could rest the Workery.
Mercury. Yeah.
But
Unless there's something that buff cost, but I don't think there is. So.
yeah. Yeah, Blaze Slice could be, I think, maybe useful here,
Better.
especially because it rests the Workery, which means that they don't even get the draw off of it anymore.
Oh, fair enough.
And it's 1-for-1 cost effective.
Mm-hmm. It's like we are going 9 with this Nekomamushi.
Yeah, I think that's
deciding.
fine. Yeah, because this will be. Oh no, it looks like, is it 10?
I see 4 Dawn. So...
oh, you're right. Yeah, yeah. So it's gonna be 9. They could be attacking into something. At this point, it's the same as like just attacking into anywhere. With them at 0 life, doesn't really matter.
I guess if you're going 9, you're probably going face.
Yeah. But regardless, yeah, we just block and or we get rid of that one. Not a huge deal, I think, either way.
All right, so we do pick up. What did we pick up? We picked up the world's equilibrium cannot be maintained forever.
All right,
We're gonna actually play that card.
Yeah, and we're at 9, so 1k, 2k to get out of that. Or sorry, 3k, 2k to get out of that one.
That was our blocker being used up, and I think this might be just us conceding here. We'll see. This is gonna be 9 again.
Yeah, 9 again, and then 10 to try to get out of it. Yeah. So 9k with
one more
and 1k, and then
we still have the blocker up. So
yeah, there's still the blocker. Yeah, we go 10. We just get the block. I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we have it. It's double.
Oh, we didn't have to. We didn't have to
we're just so confident on the win here.
3 never existed.
I think all 4.
All 4.
Yeah.
I mean, this deck, you get so much cycle, so much draw. Like, it's not unusual for it, but man, it feels so bad when it happens, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely tough. But I think we just had awkward triggers for Bonnie. Like, I think ideally in your life, you're hoping for like Kikunojo's, Nekomamushi's, Sanji's, things that play themselves, so you can actually like have a board and keep going sideways, but it just did not happen.
Yeah, I think that it was, yeah, it's I would say they were unfortunate with the cards they triggered out of life. I think they could have been for a deck that ran so many cards that just say play this card off their life. They only got 1 out of I think the 6 possible triggers that they had, which is I think a little bit outrageous. I think a little bit of a low roll there. So
for sure.
Anyways, we've got Emu taking another win, and that's gonna be there. Bonnie gonna be 2-1 though, still has a lot of chance, and I think they put up a good fight. It's just it's very clear why Emu is very present right now.
Or up there, I guess. Not the best deck.
Yep. We've got a couple other tables that are left undefeated. Let me go to, I think it was table 5 I originally wanted to see.
I think so.
No.
Ace versus
an Ace mirror match. Was it table 3? Yeah, it was table 3. Yeah, let's just jump over here. Pew.
Lucky us.
And I'll change.
Emu versus Ace. This is the matchup of the format, right? Like,
yep. And it is a little bit of whoever goes second ends up doing a little bit better, I find.
And why would you say that?
Because both players have an even card that they want to play. So Ace wants
Okay.
to. I mean, they want to play their 10 drops, but they can play it off their 8 drops, so that's pretty important. And then obviously Emu wants to
Hmm.
get to 10, so they can start playing their 5 elders. But we have these situations where our Ace can drop 2 10 drops in a row on turn 8 and 10 with pretty low variance on doing so.
Hmm.
So I think whoever goes second has the advantage. I don't think it's like dictates the matchup where it's unwinnable for the other player, but you
It's
would,
definitely a shift.
yeah, you always would like to go second. I think unless you've built your deck completely atypical for a different way to be able to I don't know, max it value off of this instead.
Mhm.
Can Lim use leader effect after using OP13 Secret or Luffy on play? I believe so.
Because the way that card reads is when does limb trigger? I guess it's what it comes down to, right? Because I think
Yeah,
that's
because
something
it has the
that was
same wording
asked.
for it. I would have to double. I would. You should ask someone who's a little bit more qualified than I. I know 100% that it works for 10 cost Shanks. You cannot play character cards with base cost of 5 or more during this turn. And then Shanks says you cannot play cards from your hand during this turn. So it's really tough because this new Shanks and how it's ruled and how it's written has kind of opened Pandora's box a little bit on what these effects mean. And the
Mm.
English version has been consistent in this, but like I've heard that it's more relevant in Japan or Japanese based how it's written on how it works. So, but based off of how it works for Shanks, I would assume it's the same way. That you cannot play character cards with a base of 5 or more is a restriction on being able to play them normally, not necessarily stopping you from playing them from your hand in
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
general. But that I would you can't even though it's written the same way as Shanks. I'm not defending one wording or another, but I'm 100% curious because I haven't. That's just Shanks. Honestly, the reason I know Shanks works the way that it does is because I was told that that's how it works. I'm
Yeah.
not going to say that there was necessarily a. I read the text and it was immediately clear. It was the way that we've translated this has been a little bit inaccurate for how it works, and so we are making sure that people knew that how this it works that way.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It was,
The idea is you when it comes to Shanks, you are not allowed to play characters from hand, but your leader is allowed to play characters from your hand.
yeah, well, he says, then you cannot play cards from your hand during this turn. And then Luffy says, then you cannot play character cards with a base cost of 5 or more during this turn. So I don't know if it means like the from your hand part is different. Maybe that's where the translation issue is, where it's saying that from your hand implies that maybe the better wording for it is that you cannot use you cannot pay the cost to play cards. I don't know. I agree. Like I'm not saying like the way that the translation they would need to do is
Hmm.
obvious either.
I think it's
They're
that
written
difference
different in
of it's like,
Japanese. Oh, that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. So it's not because it's
mhm.
not. That's okay. Now I know.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I will keep that
Yeah.
up.
But I think the Shanks is like, yeah, you can't play cards in hand anymore, but
Yeah.
if you have effects that trigger, like you're still allowed to.
Yeah. I think they both say you. The biggest difference is that Shanks says specifically from your hand, and Luffy just says you cannot play.
Mhm.
Which again I would say is likely a different translation in Japanese, which is more clear and probably has some kind of emphasis on, you know, cards from there. And yeah, we got the Goldie Roger though. These are not the right players' names because we jumped to a different table, but going down to 0 and having a wide board and saying you can't block no more, it's generally enough to beat Emu more times out of not. Just a very, very good. It's crazy. I was mentioning this to someone earlier last week. It's just like we went from you know Goldie Roger coming out of, I think he came out of OPO8. Was he '09? Was he like one of the '09 fancy
The
pantsy
first one to
cards?
win the game or whatever.
Uh, Let me see. Let me make sure I know what set he's from.
Nine, you were
He
right.
is from
It's
9.
nine.
My apologies. Yeah, because Silver's Rayleigh was from 8. That's why. But yeah, just we have this card that says, has a win the game effect. Sincerely, like, it never procs. It just it's like a really fancy way to say this card's unblockable, right? It's
Yeah.
your field's unblockable. But yeah, just it's never been super relevant. People have kind of spiced it in every once in a while, but now that we're in this format where so many decks just kind of go down to 0 life and block her up, it can really, really punish those situations. So I think Ace can use it pretty clearly. Sabo's been using it as well. Really, any red deck that exists right now is really, has some reason to play, because even if like you're not afraid of losing, you can just play Gold Roger on 10, and then unless they play Stussy, you're not really worried about that card leaving the board the next turn either. You're just like kind of forcing them to play Stussy, which means they're not playing their 5 Elders on the next turn, which is good too. So, anyways, back to us. We've got overtime is just ending. We'll have, I believe, 8 players undefeated. We had that yellow Bonnie, I think, was our only spice left. I think everything else is Zoro, Emu, and Ace. And we had a single Teach, which it's maybe not the spice profile that I enjoy, but it is some spice.
It is different, and in a month from now, it will be part of your palate.
It will, yeah. I'll be on that not carbo loading, the protein loading, rice and chicken, no seasoning. A hint of paprika is too much for me.
Anything to make it taste
level,
different.
yeah. But yeah, we've got. Hopefully, they know that they're in overtime, because it's time in overtime now. Actually, we'll get done with it. Risu, can you let them know it's time in time?
Yep.
All right, we'll do that. All right, we'll be back round number 4. See you guys over there. All right, we are
We're
back.
back.
We're back.
We're back. I'm
We
excited. We got Blackbeard versus Ace.
Yeah. Now we know it's Ace versus Mono Black Leader. Most of the time it's Emu, but you know we've got Teach here too.
We've added a little bit of salt and pepper to the chicken. It's good. It's fine. Yeah.
Kinda. I mean, okay, you say that. Risu, let
I
me
mean,
know
all 50 cards are
what
different,
are the
right?
other 3 undefeated tables? What are their matchups?
All right. So table 1,
Uh-huh.
we have mono green Zoro
Uh-huh.
versus mono black Emu.
Okay. Table 2.
And table 2, we have Zoro and Noah
Uh-huh.
versus Emu.
Yeah.
And then table 3, we have Emu, Black Emu
Yeah.
versus Green Zoro.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Oh, a little different.
How, man, your memory is so much better than I can't remember. I can't believe you remembered all 3 of those matchups on top of everything
Well,
else.
that's just what I do.
Legitimately though, jokes aside, yeah, the other 3 tables are literally just Zoro versus Emu. So this is the only other 2 leaders that exist in this. Can we still enter the tournament? We're in round 4. I'll take your money and you'll start with an 0-4 record, but
we do have somebody at table 21 who's got the buy that could use an opponent.
That's what you wanted.
I guess that goes into the question: do you intend to do another one of these for OP13, or is that just not in the cards?
I likely will. We're just kind of at a bit of this weird end of the year holiday situation where there aren't
Bandai,
that many events for really a lot of Bandai card games. So it either means that I want to host a lot of unofficial ones, or B, I would also like to take a break. So
I feel that.
We'll just kind of see how the next couple weeks pan out. There's a big chance January I'm doing nothing, and then I'll just be so crazy. But I will be on the I don't know. There's a good chance I'll host another OP13 event. Will be my final thing. I don't know when though.
All right, fair enough.
Many people were dropped unexpectedly. Is that correct? Are they just because you show up in the tournament still, right, Jake? It still shows you on the tournament.
We're doing some admin stuff in the background.
So I'm not sure if that. My understanding it was something with PCP. Because maybe the app wasn't happy with you, but if you look at the public links, you're still in the tournament. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
Maybe post the first.
We did drop some players for not reporting their scores, but I don't think it was you. Because then the fact that you still got a pairing meant that you're still in the tournament. So.
Rob. Oh, you did post all 20 tables.
All right. We're going attacking with Ace here. Not having on plays is like a little discouraging in this deck, but it's not too bad. We're gonna play with the Jozu for 6. Again, thanks to the dice there, we did use the teach effect as well. I don't think we did it before playing out the Yamato on the previous turn, which was a little bit tough because that was a lot of extra cycle for that. It just says draw 2, man. Like draw 2 attached.
Yeah, they do.
That's so good.
Like it's crazy. I'm definitely on like my kick of returning to One Piece, and it's crazy to me how many of these cards exist that like just purely exist to like attach it. Moving Dawn was so strictly a red thing, and now every color has some way, and it's usually like, oh, this specific character partners with this character, so we're just gonna give them the Dawn to activate effects like Tashigi and Zoro. Beautiful example of that. There's a couple other ones. I think there's a Law that does it as well. 4 Law, green, yellow. But we got I keep calling this card was it Hachinoso, but it's actually called Full OLED, yeah. Full OLED, yeah. But we do have the Blackbeard effect. We are marking it with dice, which is going to be nice and keep things like easy for us. We haven't seen any Burgess, the infinitely scaling strongman of the Blackbeard squad. We're just sitting on Or is this Burgess? Oh, it is 2 Burgess. Oh, I'm just not used to that. All right. Maybe I'm crazy. But we're going to go attack 6 into ace. This is going to be a 1k out because the ace is a 6k leader. Otama gets, we use a 2k for that. That's a little rough. And then here goes 7, and we take that. I guess it amounts to about the same, but we do get the card draw here, which is going to be nice. We do have some admin stuff in the back, so if you guys are worried about that, yeah, no, yeah, he's preoccupied, and I know there are people listening also worried about some of the stuff. Like something is getting done. I'm just filling air while Human and Eggman take care of that. So just keeping you guys up to date with some of the admin stuff. That being said, it is still Blackbeard's turn. Excuse me, opposite. We got 6 Dawn up still for the rest of this turn. We can still. I don't think we can attack with this Burgess. I think it was played this turn. I could be wrong. No, we can't attack. Whoa, that's a big one. We want ace at 0 yesterday with that attack. This is am I wrong in saying this is 12k? I think I'm right. We're gonna leave one up.
We're gonna have to pause. There was something wrong with it. These players are also not the undefeateds either at this table, unfortunately. So let me figure this out, and we'll go back. PCP, something happened, so I'm sorry about that. We're gonna have to skip this round likely. So we'll be right back.
Yep.
All right, hey, we're back. The short answer, what happened is that BCP just decided not to pair two players, and I've used BCP for a long time, for over 2 years for these events, and just one of the players was also undefeated. It didn't accept that their results was a win or a loss. It just acted as if they never existed, which I've never seen before. So,
and then been put them back in the tournament anyway.
and against the person they played in round 3. So, and then, but also like despite them having good records, put them down to like table 20, despite them having 2 wins. So I've never seen it before. So I apologize. I like to keep these at pretty high integrity, and I don't know what we could have done to not have that happen. It's sincerely never happened before. So my apologies. We'll have to see if there's any fun OP issues with that, and then this guy's also using proxies that aren't from OP13, so that's fun.
Rip.
All right, well, I have to tell them about that. All right, I'll be back again.
Bye, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes. We're on this game.
We're gonna breathe.
Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing. No bad things. I don't think it's malicious for anyone. For the record, any of these things. It's just one of these days. It's just one of these days. So, I do put it in caps. I don't think I can bold in the places where I can say it, but yeah, if we do proxies, it's usually just for the newest set that releases. So I mean, if you're playing Emu, where 90% of your deck is OP13, makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, generally you only allow proxies for the newest set, like within a week of it being released, and you technically OP13 is not released yet. So there it is. So we're at table 11. These players are X1, maybe X2 because we're kind of deeper into the event right now. But we'll see A's first Emu for maybe the only time today. We're kind of already down to mostly, like, I mean, the top 3 tables were Zoro and Emu. So, and then our table 4 that we thought was table 4, I think only one of those players were undefeated. So I guess we'll find out together.
Well, that's gonna be very fun journey going forward, but it is what it is.
I've never rooted for the down pair more in my life.
No,
or the up pair, I guess.
Oh.
So if we'll see what the situation ends up being. Sincerely, yeah, I just don't know how I can fix a situation where the tournament software decides to take a day off. So
yeah, and it definitely, I think I think chat also has to, and anyone listening competing tonight, it is repairing is like the last thing you want to do.
Yeah.
Right. I know especially in the Discord, there were words of that going around. I immediately shut that down. It's just, it is one of the, it's like, I don't know. It's like the big red button you don't want to touch,
Yeah.
essentially. So,
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough to do that. I think I've only done it
Absolutely.
once or twice, and I'd want to make sure that it is a case where it is
justifiably, you
justifiable,
are
yeah.
interrupting 24 people. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we will have 5 undefeateds going this next round. If there's a case where there's 2 undefeateds left, I'll just supply the extra box. That's no issue. It's definitely an issue from where we it's even though like I would say that there's not much I could do on my point. I want to make sure that if you went 6-0, you deserve a box too, right? Like that's 100% understood in my mind. So we'll just see what that looks like when we get there, and I'll make sure that the pricing is adjusted if that ends up being the case. So, anyways,
Speaking of you buying a box in case for the worst case scenario, you still selling these cool rainbow dice?
no, I am out of that, but I
Aw.
do have some rainbow side loaders if anyone is interested in those. So, those are there. Also, we are in time. We're in time for this one. I don't know if Human jumped into the call to let us know, but Reese, you mind just making sure they know?
Yeah.
Just
I can jump around. I can do it.
Thank you. Actually, they might. No, they're still playing. Yeah, go for it.
Excuse me. So you guys know time is starting. Just so you guys know.
All right, cool. They are aware. So, all right, we've got our big bad boy 7K extreme going out. We've got the 5 elders. We are using the discard there to be able to get all these effects once again. I haven't. I don't play a lot of Emu, but using the rainbow dice for that is pretty fun. Yeah, and then
it is kind of cool, especially if you just like mentally assign like, well, Jupiter is always the green one.
Yeah, and just saying, yeah, they're able to make it with the Emu there. So they're out of blockers. They only had the ace there. They're honestly pretty close. I think they just realized that, you know what, as soon as I, either I just have to play the thing to go for game, and if I don't, I just lose next turn. So understood there.
Makes sense.
All right,
Me.
back to us. All right. Apologies that this round was so what it was, but here we are. We've got 2 rounds left. Even if there's 2 undefeateds left after this, because we now have 5 undefeateds, we'll be done with 6 rounds today. If there are 2 undefeateds, I'll just make sure both players get a box. So not a big deal. For something, it's something that I organize. I take a lot of ownership for, so I want to make sure that players get their the fair shake of issues when that kind of stuff happens. So. We'll go into round 5. It might be, again, a little bit of extended jump into that just to make sure that everything is correctly paired, since there were issues going into round 4 through BCP, but we'll make sure that happens and we'll get there. So give us a couple minutes. We'll go into there. We've got 5 undefeateds and we'll see what they are, and we'll start round 5 then. So we'll be right back. See you guys then.
Bye.
All right, hello. We are apologize that we just decided to snap round 4 away, but there are some issues with how the pairings worked. Wasn't even like an issue where someone didn't report or anything. It was, and I mean this legitimately. It's just pairing just disappeared. Didn't give him like a 0. Didn't give him a 1. Acted as if they never played, which I've never seen before for a BCP. So, we're going to jump into, I'm going to guess table 2. It's also caused this, I would say, mildly weird occurrence where we have 5 undefeated. So if for whatever chance, it's essentially, I think, like a 25% chance because they got to win. The down pair has to win this round and next round. Then I'll just give first and second place the tied position. We'll give them both a box. We'll make sure that it's right for that one. So apologies that it's affected the stream and also the tournament itself, but these kind of things happen. So I want to make sure that the players are respected in that way. So we've got 3 tables. There's 2.5 tables that are undefeated. We've got an Emu mirror match on table 2, which how do you guys feel about Emu mirror matches? I know that normally mirror matches are kind of like, a bit of a sin, but at the same point, the Emu mirror match plays differently than like any other mirror match in the game, right? It's very unique on how that works out.
And for the record, table 1 is a green Zoro mirror as well. So in terms of our undefeated, it's going to just be mirrors across the board.
So I'm gonna say that the Emu mirror match is likely the. I hate to say more entertaining, but perhaps the more unique mirror match, due to just kind of strictly Bandai saying, "Hey, if you guys play each other, something different's going to have to go on." So I think it's cool, and it's something that like I've been looking at a couple guides across the spheres, and like there's always like a specific section that says like specifically for this mirror match, you got to do these things that you'd never do in a regular game. So we'll go over there and let's see what our round 5 looks like. Okie dokie. So on the left, we've got Captivate, which is, let's see. We've got Nathan. I believe that's who that is. We've got Nathan. Claude, and then
Seasonal Hawk 34.
Seasonal Hawk, which is Dylan Larson.
Just some pretty cool One Piece mats. Our Captivate player has like a Japanese art style, but with all the affectionately all the 5 elders.
Yeah, and then the sleeves too. Like they are ready for this format. They're like, I'm gonna play one deck. I know what it is. I'm gonna go 4-0 or better. And
I'll have the tournament burn around me, but it'll be fine.
All right. So here's the reason why this matchup's so different. So in case you guys don't know, I'm going to assume most people know, but I'm going to just, I've done so much assuming today that I should probably stop and just make sure that everything is crystal clear. So we've got all right. So 2 things. We've got the 7-drop stage, the Empty Throne, which is really good. Lets you essentially play out your cards for cheaper. It lets you use the effect to, help you do your 5 elders. But we also have this other card called Never Existed. So Never Existed says you can just use its main effect to get rid of a 7-cost stage, which is strictly the Empty Throne here. So it means that in the mirror match, you got to use a different stage because otherwise you risk just losing it for the entire game. And the stage that most people opt to use is the Mary Joie, which is the only other one you can use anyways. So it makes sense. So it just blatantly makes everything cost 1 less. And so it's definitely more expensive. But what you get to do is that on 10, you can play your 5 elders for 9. You can use its effect for that one last dawn to be able to get your 5 elder effect out, and then that's how you play it. So there it is.
Interesting.
Nathan only put 4 life. Well, I hope so, because it's a 4 life leader. That probably had a little bit more stank than I needed, but it's been
it's been one of those nights. No, 100%.
I have literally nothing against you, but yeah, it is really peculiar to have these monocolor leaders only have 4 life. The only one outside of this one I'm likely going to
And
get
now,
hard correct is an L. Yeah, Newgate has 6. We also have 2 life for Vegapunk. We have a bunch of 6K double color leaders that are 6K power too, but oh man, you guys can correct me. You can make me look silly now. You can tell me, oh, clearly there's this other monocolor leader that has 4 life. I would love to hear who it is.
don't worry, Chad. I'm on it. I'm on the case.
Let's see. You're Nathan's wife, and that's exactly what he said about the mat. Oh, that's funny. I mean, it's hey, it's a good investment, especially because you're like, they're not going to ban anything day 1 of a new set. We're gonna be stuck in this.
Surely.
This. All right, we got the event trigger off of the life here. Looks top 3 for a 5 elders card. So it looks like the never existed could be there. It looks like we're actually going to get the Saturn instead, and just putting more cards in trash is really nice. Yeah, and now has 4 life. There's Emu, and I think that's it for 4 life monocolor leaders.
Mm-hmm.
There are 5 life double color
check.
leaders, but most of them can't attack or are a 4K for the first 2 life off Kid and Sabo. We have a 6K 6 life leader with Newgate, which is unique. We've got a 2 life 5K leader that can attack in Vegapunk. And then we have like our new suite of like 3 life 6K leaders such as Ace, Luffy. There's 2 of those Luffys, and I think those are the only ones. I think that's it for like atypical life totals. I might be missing one.
Roger's also weird, being 5 life.
Oh, that's
double
true.
player.
Roger's also a peculiar one. As a double life 5K leader. That actually technically on print he's a 7K leader.
My bad.
So that one's actually, yeah, you're correct. That one's really peculiar. He's almost better if he didn't have an effect.
Honestly, maybe.
All right. Well, we're gonna play out the Saturn here. Again, since we can't use the empty throne in this matchup, unless you're like you really want to call your opponent out that you are never gonna find it never existed. Yeah, the reduction of only 1 is helpful, but it also means like you're in this weird spot where your best play every turn costs 10 Dawn. So with that as well, you do kind of have to find value off your 1 cost events early, because otherwise they're just gonna be stuck in your hand without any way to get that additional power on defense, or you decide to skip on a turn of 5 elders to try to push for value otherwise too.
All right, so it looks like we got nothing else to do with our turn really. So it looks like it's probably just gonna be a pass and set up. What an interesting deck. Like, what an interesting deck or mirror match. Like, I can't imagine a mirror match like, I guess like the Reiju mirror match is somewhere in there where it's like you just constantly negating each other's abilities, but I can't imagine another mirror match where it's just so uniquely positioned in this way.
Yeah.
We are going to pass, I believe. That's going to go ahead. We're going to go. I don't even know what, like, this is the first time I get to watch the mirror match. I haven't, like, usually in my homework, it's usually watching the main matchups go at it without watching the mirror match. And I hadn't considered that this one's so uniquely like, that just sounds obnoxious, honestly.
It's emo because he's such a unique guy. He's just, there's no one like them. Like, just,
yeah.
I have to think. Like, I do want to think there has to be like another matchup that's like so obnoxious. I mean, like, again, I've based off playing it, Emu and Black Yellow Luffy have a lot of similarities where you play, you have this big 10 Dawn play that recycles your board and you get all this advantage and it's hard to actually go for game with. There has to be another mirror match which your leader effects like stack against each other. Like the Enel mirror match is also, it's like miserable, but like not.
But like you're not countering each other.
Yeah,
right?
there's like okay, maybe like if the Blue Yellow Queen leader, that matchup is super wonky. It's like half the time it's whoever finds all 4 of their 8-drop secret rare categories, and
Mm-hmm.
that one's like a really weird one.
Yeah, I definitely can see that.
But like that was never like that never really occurred.
Teach? Is there a world where the teach mirror is just obnoxious?
I mean, like both players
Hmm.
don't have on plays anyways, right? So like that never, you're not really negating anything.
That's fair. But I guess you're technically negating each other in that sense.
I mean, yeah, I mean, well, you get to play full power in the mirror match, right?
Yeah.
The Bonnie mirror, that one I can see is obnoxious too. You're just wresting each other's stuff and stunning it. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's just that you're both playing with vanilla leaders, but like you can think of it another way in Blackbeard. It's just like you get to draw one extra card every turn because you never have to use your leader ability unless you're dumping it all for like a big Burgess play. So it's weird.
It's very weird. It's very weird as we're and like you see how the mirror like in this emu matchup like it just makes the pace of play like so awkward. These first few turns it's just like they're just you're just not really getting what you want done.
Yeah.
And we actually make our first attack and it happens to be
the same trigger as the previous as Nathan's. That's really funny.
Yeah. It's gonna be the 5 elders. Are at your service main. Look at the top 3 cards. Well, the triggers activate main, so we'll go through the main. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Reveal up to 1 celestial dragon type card, other than the 5 elders you are at your service, and add it to your hand. So just it's a searcher for celestial dragons. It can't find itself. The typical honestly event searcher in this game. Except for 3. And then does it trash the rest? It does trash the rest.
Yeah.
I guess it's typical for black.
Yeah, and there also is like I would say this matchup compared to others, there is like this concern of like you have to be careful that you're not going too late into the game because again, both players can really just go through their entire deck. When you start recycling cards is actually really important too. It is a more layered match than I can express and know how to explain. There's just so many intricacies, and when Emu is pretty clearly 20 to 30% of the meta, like it's something that you have to be really really equipped to know how to play because otherwise you can get skill gapped and knowledge gapped pretty easily if you don't.
It sounds like if Emu was a little stronger, we could be in one of those metas where people it's one of those like oftentimes in these tier 0 metas, like I'm not saying we're in a tier 0 meta, but
No.
if Emu was a little stronger, there's often kind of like this kickback effect that happens where like competitive players love it. They're like, wow, the mirror's so skillful, so interactive. You really have to know how to play the game in the mirror. And then everybody else like to like maybe mid-core to casual to the spectator is just like this meta's awful. All you watch is you go at it. And then but all the people that play it are in love.
Yeah.
Which I get it. I get why that dichotomy happens for sure.
I would say, there's the old law of thermodynamics. Like, you can't just generate fun. It's off of someone having not fun. So, like, if you as a player are having fun, it's likely because people watching it are not. And if competitive players are miserable, it's usually other players are like, oh yeah, we're fun, or like we can, what's good for spectators watching that any person can win is great. But if you're like you have no certainty that you can win, oh, you're frazzled. You're like, please, please don't draw that card that wins you the game. Like, please don't do it. Like, and the crowd's like, do it, draw it, draw the dead man's game, draw the Hody. So
yeah, I thought you were gonna hit us with lightning helix. That would have been definitely a callback to the beginning of the night where you're
hit me. Sorry, I was gonna hit you with what?
Lightning. That's the classic Magic the Gathering top deck for game is like a lightning helix off the top that won the player the Pro Tour or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't as aware of that one. The other undefeated table is 2 Zoros. So again, I hesitate to call this the more interesting matchup, but it's
newer
matchup. And I do actually, jokes aside, I know that there's a lot of intricacies for this. And it's not like, Zoro is just you hit each other harder. Like
yeah, for sure.
Like you just keep slashing each other. This one is a bit of a grind, but I do think there's some value seeing it because again, you have to play legitimately 100% different than any other matchup by quite a wide margin because you have to change your stage completely.
All right, so we just had an aggressive turn out of seasonal honk with both our Saturns winning along with our Venus. I'm just gonna call them by their planet names. It's
That's where I've decided to stop. Get there, and we've got the Jupiter here, which is great for being able to convert these 7Ks. I do think that this is a card that kind of defines the matchup a little bit because you do get now this more aggressive power.
Okay.
We are going to use the Never Existed to get out of one of these attacks. Again, I do think that it's valuable to use these 1-cost events when we can early because, again, we're going to be locked down for 10 Dawn plays for hopefully the rest of the game if we sequence everything correctly too. So we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. So we got a 7. We got one more 7. It's 2 life to 3 right now. We got to decide if we want to get rid of one of these Saturns. I think Dylan's on the odd curve, if I'm looking at this correctly, if I remember correctly. So they're not going to be able to play a big old 10-drop next turn. They can play it, I guess, early and not use the effect for it. So that could be powerful too.
That makes sense. All right, so I think we're still resolving an attack here from our right player, or from our left player to our right player. And we are going to counter out. I think that was 2K, 1K gets us out. And I think it's just going to be a quick little pass, leaving 2 Dawn up. I don't see us using a Never Existed here, but we are at the lower life total, and we actually haven't managed to get progress into. We have damaged the hand, but we haven't progress into the life total, so that could be pretty.
And I think you it never existed as the state. It can only get rid of the throne, and neither players have the throne, so that's not as I think impactful in this.
Oh yeah, but it's up for counter, right?
That's what you're saying. Did they discard it for?
No, they have 2 Dawn up, so they can use it for counter in this turn.
Oh yeah, okay, I see what you mean. No, okay, my apologies. Yeah, I thought you were saying the Dylan on the right was going to use it, so my apologies.
And we're actually going for board here. Playing our Jupiter to just attack into the board here, getting rid of the Saint Topman and getting the draw.
Yeah.
But where
and they're using the Mary-Joie stage from OP13. They're both all arts, which I can't remember if they came out of PRB1 or PRB2. I think it was 2. You guys can correct me that it's 1. But yeah, it's essentially all of your dragons cost 1 less, which include 5 elders, so you can play it on 10 Dawn for 9 Dawn, and then use the extra Dawn for the effect. So since you can remove the 7-cost stage in the mirror match, you can't play it in the mirror match.
And you're right, it is PRBO too.
Okay, cool.
So from here, our board, like we've won the board now, and we've won health, so it's gonna be pretty tough for us to. I guess we get our first chance at being at 10. So this is really, really what we got to see taken advantage of. And looks like that's probably what's going to happen. We're just going to hard slam that 10. We're going to get all our planets, all our Sailor Scouts to the top of the trash there.
Yeah. Have them align.
Oh, we got some of the altards too. I wonder if they got the full lineup here. We're going to use the 1. We're going to trash a card. Here comes 10 elders. All 5 elders. 1, 2. Do we have all 5?
We have almost 1
missing Jupiter.
That's too bad.
Oh no. Missing the coolest one. That one's the worm.
Yeah, count their event usage if they use all 4 and then it never existed. They can do that. The issue is that you can't play Empty Throne and then use the effect and then still have enough to use the 10-drop, right? With the playing the throne and the 10-drop in the same turn off the throne is 10 Dawn exactly. So you can't use the activate main off it, unfortunately. It's 1 off.
So you skip a turn again, essentially, which is a little rough. But yeah, getting our 5 elders first, a little rough. Gonna go ahead and clear board. Now, while we've maintained, now we have the board, but now it's gonna be our turn to play our 5 elders. We're gonna get our Jupiter to. Let's see. I forget. Was that? I know it's the one with the sword. That's the rush, but I always forget his name.
Someone sell Nathan a Jupiter. Yeah, I'm sure you've got some invested costs. You should get the red one, the demon pack one. It's it's a couple more dollars, but do you really want to say that you don't have the rarest card art of it? That's it pays for itself. I think you'll find is the
Yeah. Yeah.
is the situation.
People like to trick you and think you can't buy happiness. I'll tell you what.
You can sell upsetness, so so surely you should be able to buy happiness.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna play our 5 elders right on our own 10. Get our 5 elders down. No alt arts on our side, but we're gonna go ahead and get all our effects off. And from here, what's it looking like? I think unfortunately it's just gonna be. I don't know if it was. What would you say is gonna cause the one player to win? Is it being able to play the 10 cost first, or was it like the extra aggression that
Again, I would
Seasonal Hawk
say
was able to do?
there is an answer to that question. That's definitive. I would not claim that I am the man to answer that question. But
Fair enough.
it's clearly like there is a trade-off here, right? We do have Nathan on the left. He's got way more cards in hand, and he was able to get the first 5 elders off. But the kind of trade-off for that was that we're down to 2 life, which can make huge difference, right? The other thing to note is that like all these 7K bodies, right? Like you have this onus to spend 10 of your Dawn to be able to play at the 5 elders. But if it's the turn that you need to try to win, you've got 4 7Ks and a 6K leader without any Dawn. Start attaching that Dawn. You can end up going pretty deep on the damage there. So it's a very steady dance. I think that Dylan being able to stay at 3 early was strong, but now you're kind of in this weird spot where you kind of feel like you can be pressured down a little bit on this next turn. So you got to be really careful. So it's going to be a 2-1 there. We still have a blocker up for Dylan if there's a 5 elders to come down, which I would expect. A good amount of cards from Nathan as well in hand. Looks like about 8 or so. And hopefully one is a 5 elders, and it is, yeah.
It is. Almost played an option or an event instead.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's an event that has all the 5 elders on it, right? So it's
close.
I understand the confusion. All right. Well, we've got the Demon Boys and Jupiter hanging out.
Jupiter was always my favorite Sailor Scout.
Yeah. Hey, we've Halloween just passed. You know that you've been to Halloween parties and one person didn't know it was a costume party.
This is that.
This is
exactly
Jupiter's right
that.
there. He's like, the invitation wasn't
Well, it would have been
clear,
nice
all right?
to.
I wanted to look good tonight. I
Would've been nice to
didn't
get the memo,
feel
guys.
the need.
I love that they put it in the middle too. They know what they're doing. every
Yeah,
time.
yeah, it wasn't bolded and underlined. Or they said that it was encouraged but not required, but there's that one
Nice.
guy who's like, nah, they would have made it, clear if it was a real costume party and then you're the only one to show up without one. Brutal, man.
Yeah. Well, maybe some people are afraid of spiders. Maybe some people are afraid of worms.
Yeah,
don't want any worms.
yeah, he's doing a service, really. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Because
Thank you,
if there's one
Nathan.
time of the year where I
Appreciate
don't want to spook people, it's October 31st.
Well, everybody's doing it. It could be somebody's break.
Yeah. You
For
gotta
spite, if
create
you
the
will.
safe, the palate cleanser.
All right, so now it is gonna be. We are attacking with our board from Dylan's side, and we are gonna hopefully have our second 10 elders come down. It looks like we're not going to though. We're actually gonna use 3 Dawn here to we'll have to play our own Saturn actually. So not responding with a second 10 elders is kind of bad for
Yeah,
us.
it's a
That's
tough
not looking
spot for
good.
sure.
We still do have access to, I believe, 6 Dawn, which is going to allow us to still have potentially the double blocker we need, but it really comes down to hand size, and it's not like we had a whole lot of hand size going into this turn. I believe it's something close to only 3 cards in hand. We'll see. Probably in a huge debate with themselves about I believe there's probably a 5 elders in there, but we're most likely debating that we're probably just going to need the counter power.
Yeah. And that's like this weird thing, right? Like you need to know like what the right amount of pressure to give, and sometimes like the 10 or the 5 elders play for 10 Dawn, it's the value play. It lets you, get some defenders, some blockers up, but it's not always the play that will get you closer to winning necessarily. Just like gets you farther away from like losing that specific turn. So one, if we just don't have the 5 elders, it makes sense. And this will let you kind of block her up a little bit. But I do think it's looking like Nathan has just been able to get the value, get the pressure out, and it's going to be really tough for Dylan to, I think, keep pace with this, because now we're at 3 cards in hand. We have less cards in hand. We've got less cards in life. Technically, we've got 2 more cards on board, but like the pressure aggressively from Nathan's going to be good. We do have these 7K bodies thanks to Jupiter there. And I'm going to guess that we're now attacking for 6K for leader if we haven't already. So I think it's looking good for Nathan.
Yeah, I think definitely Nathan is probably hit. If we see that 3rd elder, it's probably game over for Dylan. We'll have to see though. I expect to see this entire board go sideways for Nathan, and then kind of dictate the rest of the turn from there. It is possible that you don't have a 3rd 10 elders.
Yeah,
Haven't
5
been
elders.
able to search it.
Our 10 copy of 5 elders. There's so many
Yeah.
elders that we could. The numbers are huge.
10 cost 5 elders. Yeah, it's mixing up the numbers.
Yeah. Pretty soon we've got 20 elders in here. All right, we're going for board. So we did get rid of the Saturn there with a big 7K. Looks like we're going 6K with Emu leader. We're going to get a 2K with the Jupiter there at a hand. 2 left for Dylan, and we do have a Dawn open. We've got a 7K, which we're going to get a block and a draw with the Mercury there. And then we do have another 7K here. I believe this one is Mars, and we do have the 1 cost equilibrium event to get out of it. So that was 8 to 7, and like we can get the recycle here, but honestly didn't feel like that was too big of an issue. Yeah, we've got another 5 elders, and we still get to do the pressure for it, but I don't feel like we felt so behind from our other Emu player here, because again, we were able to really get out of these attacks, and we're likely going to lose a Workery here. But at the same time, we got, it looks like 8 cards left in deck, soon to be 7 cards left to deck for Nathan. So we do have to be kind of careful we're not too aggressive with how much card drawing we're doing.
I guess this doesn't often come up, but it is.
Oh, yeah, and you're right. It is 5K power. Yeah, the stage is what makes him a 6K. My apologies. Yeah. That's another thing for this matchup. I was blinded by the fact that he pitched a 2K to get out of it. You are 100% correct. These are both 5K leaders on both turns.
Now the question is, for for Emu or for One Piece,
Yes.
when do you lose when you deck out? Is it at the start of your turn and you have no deck, or is it
It is
once you
immediately
hit?
when you do. And that is a really relevant question. And the reason you're asking that is because in Digimon, it is when you try to draw for turn and you can't, which is why you're asking. You
Mhm.
make a lot of Digimon content too. So
Yeah.
Yeah, a really relevant question because different Bandai card games do it differently, and but I'd say that honestly, Digimon's like the
exception to the rule.
exception to the rule. Yeah, I would say.
Fair
Generally
enough.
speaking, in every other Bandai card game, I don't remember Battle Spirits, but it's not supported anymore. And Gundam, I don't think I've seen anyone lose their entire deck in that game yet, but I believe all of it's as soon as you lose cards in deck. So
Gotcha.
yeah, there hasn't. I mean, there's been like a little bit of self mill in Gundam, but there's been like no. Yeah, card draw is like at such a premium. It's like trying to
Mhm.
deck out in like scapegoat format. There's just like not that amount of card draw.
Yeah.
Union is. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Nerd 09. Oh, he's all the suspense. He's got me. He's got me in the palm of his hands. Oh, we got another search. Can we get that card off that one? Just making sure. It is a Celestial Dragons. Yes. Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Making sure. Because
Union's at the
Saturn
start of
can't
turn.
find. If Saturn just finds 5 Elders. Union is start of turn. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we got 2 points for start of turn. Digimon and Union Arena. And then One Piece, Fusion World Masters, and Gundam is as soon as it happens. All right, we're gonna get the Mars off the next one. Yeah, but we're just so us. I think we've only been able to resolve one copy of 5 Elders for Dylan.
That's so rough. We must have milled it early, or I don't know where they could be at. They just clumped up to the bottom, and we just haven't found a great place to play them. We are gonna just take that life for Nathan, and I think Nathan's just gonna be so far ahead, having resolved 2 different, or at least 2 5 elders. I think they even resolved 3.
Yeah, and I mean we're all 5K block. We got 2 5K blockers, but we're just so confident that we get there. It looks like Dylan's considering. Yeah, he's just gonna scoop it up. Be like, you know what, I got. Well, yeah, like no blockers. We got another copy of this, and I think he's gonna show off. Like, I had so many elders in this. I think they had
Only
2 there.
one there. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe they did use 2 back to back, and I miscounted, but
I might have miscounted the 2. Yeah.
But I would say, like, based with how much searching, draw, and everything else, it is incredibly unlikely to have, less than 2 in a row unless you've missequenced something. 4 is still like a little bit of a high roll. I'd say 3 is probably like, as long as you know what's up and you get good cycle, and sincerely they're not stuck in your life. It's very easy to find 2 or 3. 4 is still a bit of a high roll for it. So, but we've got Nathan in the finals with Emu here. They trashed one early. Ooh, that's tough. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, that must have been it. Yeah.
Do that. There are other matchups where you can discard extra copies of 5 outers, I think, where you only need to resolve 1 or 2. Mirror Magic got to resolve all 4, I think. That one, I think there's such a value grind that it is a little bit more important. So, all right. So Dylan's going to be in the finals where he can win some packs, which might have that alt art version of the Jupiter there. We'll see what happens there. Also, there's knowledge that our down pair on table 3 did end up losing. So we've got 2 undefeateds going into round 6. It's going to be Dylan here with the, actually, let me make sure the name is correct. It is, sorry, Nathan. Nathan here with Emu. I think I said Dylan. My apologies. Nathan here with Emu is going to be undefeated going into round 6, and he's going to be playing against Mats, which is playing Zoro, because that was a mirror match on table 1 too. So,
from what I'm told, Zoro is favored there, just thanks to Deadman's game. That's like the big thing that lets them maybe win the game there.
Yeah, I think like Zoro. I haven't played enough to say it's favored. Someone in chat might know a little bit better than I, and if you guys, if that's you can 100% speak up. The word I would say is that Zoro has a chance against
Okay.
Emu, mostly because Emu does have like a lot of defense cards for us. The blockers are important, and you really don't care about your early life. I think generally your way to play against Zoro is if you prevent them from, like, if you starve them out of resources, you can end up winning. The pressure that Zoro can put out is still can be enough, but the fact that you have 2 blockers for their 2 leader attacks makes it so if they don't have a board, they still can't close out the game. So that's my basic opinion. I mean, Deadman's game can rest it, but then you can still easily have 1 to 2k or 1 or 2 copies of the it never happened, which
And you
plus
still end up
4k
surviving.
for 1 Dawn for no other condition for this deck is pretty
Really
good.
strong. Yeah, for sure. That seems pretty good.
Winnable if going second and they got the Mihawk Zoro combo. Yeah, and you're probably saying like the 3-drop into the 4-drop. Because 4-drop Zoro can win you the game kind of, but you also need like 3-drop Tashigi to prevent it from getting popped by the Mars. 6-drop Law is also kind of good, right? That does help. So, yeah. At the end of the day, yeah, there are ways. Our Koshiro. That's right. Koshiro also protects it from that. That's true. That's a good point. And it's easier to have like 2 Dawn open for Koshiro in these matchups. So, good. I can believe all of you guys. You guys are very well educated. I wish to join you in the future with that. But we're looking at some X1s. 3 costs in the more, yeah. Restand 2, play Koshiro. Okay, gotcha.
10 is done. I'm just got a couple tables still going at it.
Well, we're just gonna vibe with you guys until we're done, just because we had to skedaddle early for round 4. Ace hasn't been doing immediately as good as I was expecting today. It's still doing well, just not as well.
Zoro kind of outperforming it here tonight so far.
Yeah,
honestly, especially with the counts, right? Like definitely in terms of representation, Ace is way above Zoro, but Zoro having kind of equal representation here in the end game of a tournament bracket.
Yeah, and if you guys are interested, tomorrow morning in less than 12 hours from now, I'll have the top 8 deck lists as well as any unique X2s, and I'll have like the total leader breakdown. Spoilers, there were 17 emus and 17 copies of Ace, so 34 of the 64, so over half the decks were those 2. I think Zoro brought it to about 75% because I think there were 10 people on there, so 44 out of 64, which means 20, which is like 70%. I don't think it's 75 yet, but and then, you took out 4 aces in the mirror matches. Nice. Sick.
Oh, well.
Sick.
Thank you.
But I think then you lost the down pair. You let the dace down. I'm sorry. It's against Teach, which, Teach was around when Ace was defeated.
He was involved.
He was part of Ace getting weaker. So, but yeah, we'll see what our next round looks like. Yeah, because I think we're waiting on one table, and then we're gonna pair the round, and there won't be any issues when we pair it. That's indicative of what needs to happen. There were some new Sabos. There was one new Bonnie, which ended up being, I think, 2-0 into round 3, and then there were some Sabos. So there might be, I don't know if there's any that can be X1, but there might be one that's like X2. Also, you got a signature Yasua today. Nice. Congratulations. Ooh. Very nice.
There's a lot of hype for Riftbound just having dropped.
Yeah.
Very exciting. A lot of people are into that. I'm a big League guy, but I don't know if that's a cross in my hobbies I've wanted in my life.
Yeah,
so I'm still,
you got it. Yeah,
still hesitant on that one.
you can't have your card game friends and your League friends be in the same room, right? That's just asking for trouble.
Weird, man. Yeah.
They can, you're a different person to each group, so you can't.
Oh, absolutely. Like, man.
But no, I made a video today about I made a set video, so which sincerely I would not make that video unless I really thought the deck was fun, enjoyed playing it, and thought it was worth it.
And what deck did you What deck did you build? Deck profile for
Set.
everybody? Oh, set.
Yeah. One of
That's a good one.
the newer champions in League, if I remember correctly, which isn't saying necessarily that much.
No, he's cool.
Let me just type in
set.
League of Legends into my search history.
He's been out for a minute, but it's okay. He's popular. He's well known.
Let's see. Let me see when he came out, because I remember. Let's see. When did he come out? Someone's probably already been like, he came out on, the day, month, year. Okay, he came out in 2020. He came out on my birthday in 2020. That's actually such a cool thing. My last
actually
good
sick.
birthday.
Been all
It's
downhill,
been downhill
with this card.
from here. That's so funny. All right, that only like completely solidifies that choosing set was
Destiny.
Yeah, undefensible. Because I usually like the fighter tank units in MOBAs because they have a harder time dying, and I have this active buff that says I die quicker, so it's helpful that
it's nice to counter that.
Yeah, it's nice to
actively.
min max that weakness of mine. So yeah, okay. I thought he was like one of the newer ones. Because they really like what's like the clip now? Do they release like what 1 or 2 champions a year, if that? If I remember correctly?
Yeah, it's wild. Like I remember back in my day, it was like every 2 weeks we got a new champion. But now it's like I think you're lucky to go. They are lucky to get 2 a year. I say they. I still play, but
yeah.
No, it's definitely fun. I mean, like it's crazy, like how many back-to-back card game releases we just recently had. And the round is paired. Players are getting set up for our final game here. It's going to be Emu versus Zoro. But was it One Piece came out with the set? Just before that was Gundam. Just before that was Digimon. Just before that was One Piece again.
Let's see. You love the code or the Cowboy Bebop app. Thank you. I do have a corgi, so. It's got a rep. He's not. I didn't name him mine though. I didn't jump that far into it, but I understand. I understand why people can call their corgis Ein.
Union came out of the deck. Cookie Run. I know. There's a lot of Cookie Run fans out there. It's a card game that just came out, or with a new set.
Yeah, because they have like a set 2 coming out, right?
Well, it just or their second set, so they're combining sets. Like they're gonna do in One Piece, right? That's actually how you guys are getting unified, right? Is they're gonna combine. What did they say they're combining? Like they're gonna split an EB set between like 15 and 16 or something.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant for Cookie Run was combining sets. I lost.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they are. Okay.
And I was combining.
Okay. So, but like what we were doing, like they were putting EBO3 across 2 sets. Okay. Yeah, because we're behind in English for that game too. But I've only cookie walked. I haven't cookie run yet, so I'm a little.
I feel that.
I'm a little behind.
All
right, but we've got table 1. We are waiting for one of our players.
Zoro player. Yeah. This will be interesting to see, because now we'll get to see emo. We just saw the grind fest, or at least the slowed down pace of what the emo mirror match kind of entails into Zoro can be pretty aggressive and pretty fast about it. So it'd be interesting to see how quickly we get emu down to 0, and then going forward, where do we go off of that?
Well, our opponent is saying they have an important call for table 1, and they're not going to be there on time.
Oh.
Let me just we'll be right back, I guess. Let me see.
One of those. 1.
All right. We've got our finals. Our opponent has shown up, and we are good to go. So, we got 30-30 into here, and it's going to be Zoro versus Emu, and the winner gets a box.
Nice.
Yep. And I'm ready. I'm ready to see who that is. And go from there.
We were just making fun that this is a Zoro playmat. Enough room for
Enough
the
room for your
10
Zoro
Dawn
leader,
and
Tashigi. Yeah, you're good to go.
you don't need the rest. In fact, we don't even need HP.
Yeah, no, we're just we're good.
No, I'm just gonna. We haven't resolved mulligans yet. Our players are still sitting. Oh, so you get your stage before? That's interesting. I actually have to read how Emu gets the stage.
That is correct.
An
And
interesting
yeah,
way.
it's before everything. So I mean, already getting to go with a a 49 card deck is incrementally better, right? But half the time it's just like there is a issue solution. You can choose which one you decide to be, but in Dragon Ball Super, where they're like, we've got so much text we got to put on this bad boy that it doesn't fit anymore. So instead of cramping it into one card, we're going to add a second card to help explain the rest of what this deck does, which more or less is what they've done with this stage for Emu. And that's kind of how they did it in Dragon Ball, where they have these field cards that have an additional effect on top of your leader. And that's the advantage for it. So you just get bonus effects on top of it. Yeah, because it's more intricate than that. And obviously in Emu, like you don't choose the same stage every time. But it's I've always read it as we've got too much text. We need a separate card to continue explaining how this leader works.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I like that idea that it opens them up to like they could print another Mary Joie stage and
yeah, and that is true, right? They can they can do that where again the Mary Joie, if they feel like the throne is too powerful, which depending on who you ask, they already say yes. There is an opportunity for you to be able to, change how the deck works. The issue is that like the way that you'd have to distribute the promo would have to have quite the turnaround to do so. But even with just like the Mary Joie stage that exists already, it's not like awful. Like the deck isn't unplayable if you play the 2-drop stage instead of the empty throne, right?
That was clear. Like we were still doing all the things we really wanted to do. We just weren't probably as aggressive as we may need to be in other matchups, and that probably would be the key complaint we'd have.
Yeah, and I also I won't claim to have played enough of this meta or this matchup to say that that's strictly what they need to do or have to do. It's to a point where it's just something they can do. I won't I won't be saying that this format's done, it's unplayable. You have to do that. Yeah, I'm nowhere near that. Ask me in like a month though. I might change my mind.
It'll be interesting. I'm still infinitely curious as to where this game heads once. Well, we actually are playing the new law from OP13. I think it's the law that lets you play you bounce a character and then you can play, I believe, a 4 cost or is it
5 or less? Yeah,
5 or less. Yeah.
That can make it can convert into a Tashigi. It can convert into a Cavendish, right? A lot of great cards you can use for this. And I think even though like Mihawk has been like the 8-drop Mihawk's been incredibly strong in this format, I think it's something that has been I've seen that adjustment for a lot of people where they don't even play the Mihawk anymore. They're just playing the 6-cost law.
Just because you just are able to go wider with your board and get your Tashigis down. You just getting Tashigis down faster is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh no, someone's internet died. Please don't be mine.
Both of them, actually.
Okay, cool. It was Discord's fault. All right. PCP crashed. Discord's crashed.
Next. Zoro got lost.
Risu's going to drop off the planet next. Video's going to crash.
That's how it was last week.
What'd you say?
That's what happened last week.
It did happen last week, yeah. Luckily, it was like in between
AWS
rounds.
is going to fail.
But you went into the cyber world. It just gave me the noise.
Yeah. Oh, we got the cool Sanji Dawn with the gold version with the Zeph in the background. I love that. I think that's the only Dawn that does that, where its gold version actually adds art.
Well, if you waited a second, my response would be I really like how all the PRB2 Dawn adds something with the gold version.
Oh,
so you're so
that.
close.
Oops.
Yeah, I would say that's the Sanji one is the more defined one though, for sure. Like adding
Oh, I
like,
see.
Zeph right next to him is really cool. A lot of them add like a lot of like Japanese characters or like the Kalgara one adds like their silhouette to the bell, which is really cool. It's really well done. To
I
a
see.
degree that wasn't really. I think the GDO or like the PRBO1 ones were really nice, and I think there were still like there was like some stuff you added with the goldness for it, but they
Mhm.
definitely escalated it for PRBO2.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm seeing it for the Yamato one. They add a bunch of katakana or kanji or something to it.
Yeah, like the smoker one, like the boa Hancock. I think like it has like the arrows are more golden now. I think there's like golden hearts maybe. Um, like
Mm.
Egghead has like the island name on like the middle of it. Just a lot of cool stuff. Oh, and like one of my favorite, like I've been collecting some gold dawn for the first time, and like the limb one, like the
The
relic
cube.
is more
Yeah.
like infused with gold and like shows some different patterns that didn't exist. Like it's as if like you activated it, which is really cool. Oh,
Oh, it's bedtime for
it's
Zoro.
bedtime. Yeah.
My bad, chat.
Uh, I
There's no shot. They're still playing.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Here, let me step in there, I guess. All right. For my ruling, because it's the day that never ends. I counted that as a disconnect. So the rulings for that is that if you're disconnected for a fixed amount of time, short time, it's a warning. It's not a game loss. You can continue playing. So because their entire screen was obscured, I will count it as that. If it happens again, it's a straight up game loss. So warning for that one, and the game loss for the second time. So I've never had that happen as well, which I've said like several times today. So that's fun. I can continue saying that.
It might be in like a school and the lights are on like a timer or something.
Yeah, it looks like that ends up being the case here.
But that being said, we got to look at. It's interesting that I think maybe I'm mistaken, but I feel like Emo's just kind of playing like not. I wouldn't call it a starve strategy. We're just like not playing characters.
Yeah, because like I think the idea is that like we know that they can get value off them anyways. So unless they do have like intrinsic value, we just not. We do get to play out the
Mhm.
Mars here, which does have the removal of the Cavendish. So honestly, Zoro hasn't gotten that much momentum. We are just going to also get rid of the Mars to get the draw one before they can just rest and attack it. So I think it makes sense. You just stall them out. You make it so that they don't. They have very few cards, and then like late game, like double blockers can get you there.
Mhm. Yeah, because we haven't been able to get any damage into life here. Now it's like, yeah, we could maybe get a life damage. But we're nowhere close to game. Our opponent's about to go to. I think they're gonna go to 9 dawn. So we were able to put them off the even curve.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, within 2 turns, we got to look at doing 4 life of damage without giving them. I mean, 4 cards in hand. We just don't have a board to actually pressure anything.
No, I think Nathan knows how this matchup works. I think he's doing it really well. And
Hmm.
again, like you know that you can know this pretty cleanly that Emu has like the best end game in the entire game right now. You cannot outvalue it. and instead of like losing a card in hand for our cycle effect, we're just going to get rid of the Mars that would have been rested by this Tashigi anyways. So, I mean, if you don't have any cards on the board, Zoro's just a vanilla leader all of a sudden.
Yep.
So we're going to
We will
go big 8.
go-
We're going to take the damage there. It's going to be the search event. So looking at the top 3 for a
Nice find.
Celestial Dragons card, add it to our hand.
Everything but the card itself we can grab. So we'll see what they do. This could be the 10 elders they're searching for, or it could just be just completing their set. And we're gonna go with never existed.
Yeah. And again, that card's way better in a sense when you know that you can leave Dawn open, and even excess Dawn to get around like a Hody like a Hody. But
Oh.
we are going to use the Luffy that will be King of the Pirates here, and we're just going to immediately be like, all right, cool. Well, you're attacking 8. Let me get to 9 real quick.
With the card I just got.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's rough. So he's gonna be 9. Since the last turn we can not play the 5 elders.
Mm-hmm. I'd have to reread a card. Yeah, I mean, if we want to, okay, we just have another Mars, which is great. So we get rid of the Tashigi.
That is costing hand size though, but we do get the draw
but our
here.
hand size is, I think, a lot healthier than Zoro's right now. Maybe it's about the same actually, but once we start getting our loop effect, like we're playing 2 cards from our hand to be able to get a draw, essentially 2, 1 off the play and then 1 off the KO. So we're not really that upset. Yeah, we're just gonna leave him open and just be like, your turn.
We've made it. We've made it pretty healthy into our 10 Dawn turn. There's no way Zoro could really realistically be able to attack enough times to get us to a point where we're scared, where Dead Man's Game could potentially be the thing that clears us. Because I think if I had to pick, it'd probably be that's the Zoro's win con, is to get Emu to that 0 HP on their 9 Dawn turn. So when they go into their 10 Dawn turn, your Dead Man's Game can potentially.
All right. Well, it looks like we're just gonna go big 12K. And with only 4 cards in hand, I mean, we can get out of it with a it never existed and an equilibrium. I think it's kind of important to stay at 2 life if we can. Going down to 1 life isn't the end of the world, and now we've got another search event.
Wow.
Oh man. Okay. Well, that's kind of good to know that we did trash 1 of those 4K counters, so that's going to be important for future turns. And then we do have Luffy will be the King of the Pirates, so we're going to be able to spend 3. We're attacking 12 again. And there's 2 of those out of the hand as well, going down to 1, and but we're not. I don't think Emu's like too pressured. Going down to 0 would be a little bit worse, but now they have to have like a combination of like Dead Man's Game and some other things, I think, to get like the real pressure that they need.
Dead Man's Game plus a restand, and then somehow, what is that? That you would need a restand Dead Man, so that's 6 Dawn, so you'd only be able to attack 9.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think.
Yeah, if you're using the extra 2 Dead Man's, yeah, you can attack 3 times for 9K, but or sorry, Dead Man's Game, yeah, with that, yeah, it would be.
Oh, maybe I'm missing one. No, I'm missing one. Dead Man's is 4 after everything.
Yeah, so it'd be like 8 twice, which
It's
isn't
8, yeah.
when you know that they have 1K counter or 4K counter in hand, definitely less good. But we do not. Oh no, we can still have the 10 cost because we have the stage. Sorry, I'm so warped for the previous matchup. So for 3, we will play it. And I think the idea is that we were probably missing one of the elders, and so we are going to discard the what is it, the Neptune. No, what is it?
I didn't quite
the
see
Venus.
what
Yeah, the Venus.
Venus.
Venus Zero. Yeah, and then we do get the draw. We've got we are missing one of the alt arts of Mars there too. So I think they only have 1 of each, which I say only, but that's already. I know these are highly coveted right now. So if I was to play the deck, I would like to try to get like 1 of each just for the flavor of it.
That's fair.
So we are going to go in 7K due to the Venus Juro attack there. We're going to have 2 blockers up, and we're going to have quite a few Dawn left over too. We're going to get a 2k to get out of that 7k attack, and we're going to leave it back to them. So as mentioned, Deadman's Game can give her some issue here, but I think we're in a spot where it's not going to be as dire as it could be here.
I agree. Looks like we're gonna go. That's not a great start to a turn that we probably needed to like over exhaust at all.
Yeah.
We're gonna go, but we finally have something to attack into. So this is gonna be the first time we actually see Zoro get used up in this game. Oh, and we got the Tashigi, so that we might actually be able to establish then because we searched the law earlier, I believe, so we can go law into Tashigi here, and that'll be a pretty strong board. And if we can survive, we're gonna go with the
Hiyori, yeah.
Hiyori. Going to rest her, get some more cards. So we're just going for cards in hand, then get more counter power going.
Yeah, and just confirming what you can search off of it, we are going to get the 10 cost Shanks. So, you know, if we saw it previously, like we're already just attacking with, you know, attaching a lot of Dawn to our leader. So just playing out a 10 cost boy and then attaching 10 to leaders, not like the worst in this one. So we are going to play the Shigi for 5.
Oh.
That will let us rest one of the blockers and put 3 Dawn on our Zoro leader. So pretty good there. We're going to go, we have at least 8 here. And
surely you go 9, 10? Just go 10.
Just you got to be careful like you're not losing next turn too. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be the full 10. It's going to go into the body here. And then use block with the other one to get the draw, yeah. I think honestly, I think you're just supposed to go for leader there.
Oh, and force the blocks.
Yeah, and so either they force the block or you get closer to winning. I don't know. Like with 4 life, you're not super afraid of losing next turn, but yeah, because you force the block for the card that doesn't draw a card on block either. So we're just gonna go Emu into the Hiyori there. We're gonna go one of them. I can't. I don't have the alt arts memorized quite yet, so I do apologize. There's gonna be another 7. And
so
we
that
can
was
get rid of this
first was
Tashigi
Saturn.
too. Got a 2-1. Got a 7k off the Jupiter. Like we could keep down open for Deadman's Game, but we kind of need to use that to, you know, stay around for the next turn too. So
and we are going to do the effect to clear. Looks like. Oh no, we're going. Here's the 10 drops coming down.
Yeah, and we got the alt art. And,
one.
we're gonna discard one of the dragons there, and then we're gonna play them all out once again. We're gonna be able to get a card draw off the Saturn here, and then we're gonna discard a card and get rid of the Tashigi.
We're getting close. And real close to
the deck out. Yeah, it looks like we've got 7 cards left in deck after this search. Or sorry, 6 cards left in deck after this search. So we do play some cards that help us recycle as well, so that can be important. We're gonna go 7k into leader here. We're gonna get a 2k and pass with quite a few Dawn open. We could have maybe used these Dawn a little bit more aggressively here. I do think that's also just kind of a one of the things you have to learn with Emu. And I won't say that I'm the master at this in any regard, but you have to kind of know what's the best times to attach Dawn. And sometimes you got to attach Dawn before you use your 5 elders. So it's kind of tricky to know what the right balance for that kind of is. So we're going to play out the Mihawk though for 3. We're going to use the ability to play a slash character with 4 less. So we're going to play out the new Zoro here. That's going to let you get 2 Dawn back active, which is great. And then it will let you restand the character at the start of the next, at the end of this turn. So it can be like another attacker on this next turn. Though again, Mars can just get rid of it once you do the loop.
All right, so where are we going to attach Dawn? Looks like we're thinking about attaching Dawn to Perona? No. Oh no, we're playing. Oh, here comes that law I was just mentioning. We're gonna bounce the Mihawk to play another Tashigi potentially.
I guess we're gonna bounce the Perona to play Perona again.
Fair enough.
I'd kind of, I don't know, like we're in a tough spot. I'd really consider bouncing back the Mihawk to then just keep it in hand. But Kyoshiro is nice. That will help us, defend board a little bit more.
And we do have the Dawn to potentially play it. It's hard to say what was better to bounce there. Especially we're only looking at 2 cards in hand, and we're only going a measly 6.
Yeah.
To life here.
We got the Kyoshiro here, but this might be all she wrote here. We got, even without any Dawn attached, 5 7Ks and a 6K, right? We have 1 blocker. Once we're down to 1 or less life, the Law becomes a blocker too. 1 card in hand, no Dawn up. I think we just start going for game. So we got 6K here, Kyoshiro taking the block here. We got 7K going down to 1 life. Law's now a blocker. We got another 7K. There it is.
We're gonna take that.
We're 6K base now. All right, there's a 3rd copy of that, and then we should just be able to do math, right? So we've got an 8K here taking the block, and then we've just got everything on 1 of these. Yeah, 2. Okay, yeah, we can't even get out of that with the shanks. So
that's unfortunate.
That's our finals there. Nathan able to take with Emu, right? I think he showed kind of the right way to play this matchup. Zora did get a lot of early aggression, but Nathan kept a cool head. He got some pretty good triggers off of life, right? Being able to search for those, it never existed, helped a lot as well to keep a healthier life total. But we I think
they were just able to play the early game
either, from Zora, which was tough.
No dead man's game, and our board was just controlled. At no point were we able to have 2 characters on board.
Yeah. And
they were just
when this deck really revolves around your 5-drop Tashigi and Cavendish, and when Emu can just get rid of 5 costs so easily, it's a little bit difficult to get the momentum that you're kind of used to in other matchups as well. So that is going to be our tournament. Congratulations to Nathan for getting there, and he'll be our winner for today. So
that's awesome.
I'm gonna be straight with you guys. There were a lot of things that could have gone a little bit better on the BCP side, but we made it here, so I appreciate you guys being patient. I'm sorry we couldn't cover anything in round 4, and the players who are affected, thank you guys for being really patient and kind with those. We host a lot of events on these formats and with these tools, and this is the first time that it kind of just didn't end up working after almost, I think, like, I haven't done the math, but I think we've done almost 100 events over the last 2 years, because we almost do one every week. Yeah, so at least over 50, maybe not quite 100, but pretty close to it. So I thank you guys very much, and congratulations to our winners again with Emu. If you guys are interested in seeing the top 8 breakdown, it will be out tomorrow morning on my website, Eggman Events. We'll also have a video to accompany it, go over my thoughts as well, and it's going to be interesting to see what the total, not only top 8, we'll have the top 64 leader breakdown, and just kind of my thoughts for it as well. So yeah, thanks for the tournament. You missed. Most people were not affected. I'd say that stream was more affected than anything. Was the most affected, which it stinks. But honestly, I'm happy that the players were able to get understood for that. That was the most important thing for me, making sure that these
easy resolution.
Yeah. If you spent time and money to play in these events, I want to make sure that it's worth it for y'all. So. I think everyone was able to walk away with that mentality, but I wanted to make sure that was the biggest focus for it. So tomorrow morning, so we'll have that. I'm gonna have some Roger testing because I haven't really played the deck, and it's really unique and fun and cool.
Ooh, okay.
So I think that will be really fun. Thursday we're gonna have some Gundam. Friday I'm gonna be heading to San Diego as well. So if you are going to be there, let me know. Also, if I owe you prizing and you're going to be in San Diego, please let me know so I can just hand it to you and not have to worry about USPS losing your package or doing anything else to it. And that should be it. Risu, I know I talked to like 5 minutes in a row. How you doing?
You're doing good. I'm just I'm Risu, and I'm glad we had a fun tournament. I'm pretty good at laughing a lot of that stuff off when it comes to just like, there's things out of your control. They go wrong. It says more about how you handle it than anything else. And I think you guys, you and Human were able to handle it pretty swiftly, pretty well, and everyone affected got a pretty acceptable resolution to that situation. So
yeah, and
the only thing is we just didn't get the
and
cover
what
for
it was just like BCP just did legitimately did not
Mhm.
process results from previous rounds, which again I've never experienced that before. I've seen it for like maybe like some like 1,000, 2,000 player events, but for a 64 player event, I've never had it just decide not to do that. So, but they were able to get their pairings corrected and everything. It just took a little extra elbow grease and yeah, I appreciate you being kind and understanding too, and talking while you can visualize me just pressing a lot of keyboard presses. Like, what is going on? Please stop. So, but yeah, that's going to be it. We'll have a lot more in the future. Again, if you're going to be in San Diego, please let me know. Please say hi if you see me. I'd love to talk to you. I'll likely have some goodies for giving out too, and it should be a good time. So that's going to be it for us. Thank you guys so much for watching. Congratulations to our winner for running with Emu, getting that day one, and hope they get the Jupiter out of their packs because they clearly need one. It's
Definitely need one.
it looks very needed. So, but congrats, Nathan. Big shout outs to them. Also to Mats for their X1 with Zoro as well. And that's going to be it for us. So thank you for watching. We'll catch you next time. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.